All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today for a really exciting consensus program workshop on an opportunity to facilitate resilient domestic critical material supply chains, discussions on the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act sections 41003C and D. My name is Alex Krauka. I am a consultant for the U.S. Energy Association's consensus program. For those of you who may not be familiar with the U.S. Energy Association, sorry as I try to click through this slide. USEA is a nonprofit, apolitical, non-lobbying organization founded in 1924 that serves as a resource by convening energy stakeholders to share policy, scientific, and technological information to foster the advancement of the entire energy sector. We are all of the above when it comes to energy. We don't favor one source over another. So we work with the fossil community, renewables, nuclear, everything in between. Very agnostic when it comes towards energy sources. USEA implements projects worldwide, including building regulatory frameworks, sharing best practices to develop cleaner, more accessible and efficient energy, really looking to help the world develop its energy resources, bring global citizens out of energy poverty, and do so in as sustainable and clean manner as possible. Most of our work is with the US government, mostly with the US Agency for International Development, a little bit with the Department of State, and then of course with the US Department of Energy. Again, USEA works literally all around the world. I think this is a relatively current map of projects that we have. We also do a lot of work in Eastern and Southeast Europe as well, which is not pictured here, but incredibly important, as I think everyone is aware. Just a quick couple notes about our consensus program. The consensus program is a cooperative agreement that we have with DOE's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management that seeks to educate the public, policymakers, industry, stakeholders, and build a consensus, both domestic and international, on the benefits of and requirements for CCUS, as well as other carbon management technologies. Think carbon dioxide removal, methane emissions mitigation, and of course, rare earth elements, critical materials and minerals, such as what we'll be discussing today. We do this through a series of webinars and briefings that we'll hold, usually on at least a monthly basis. An increasing amount of workshops, such as the one that we're hosting today. Last week it was in DC, and then next week we'll be at Argonne National Laboratory. We also put out a series of reports throughout the year, white papers, and then we have a monthly news clips to help keep our stakeholders informed. If you're not already on our mailing list but would like to subscribe, please email my colleague Michelle Littlefield at littlefield@usea.org. Just a quick disclaimer about our work today. I'm not going to read through all of this, but this is being recorded, and for posterity's sake. Just a quick couple logistics notes, mostly for our online attendees, which we've had over 100 register for online. Again, this meeting is being recorded. However, we're doing this through Zoom meeting versus Zoom webinar to help facilitate ease of breakout groups during the later part of the day. So we do ask those of you online to please keep yourself on mute and please leave your cameras turned off. However, during the breakout sessions themselves, we will encourage the use of cameras during that phase. A quick note about the Federal Advisory Committee Act. I'm not going to read through all of these bullets, However, it is important to note that this effort is not part of a federal advisory committee. We're not here to provide advice. We're not driving towards consensus. This is more of an information gathering exercise, if you will. This meeting today should not be construed as any sort of federal advisory committee. We do have a pretty packed and really fantastic agenda today. So I'm just gonna leave this up for a moment for everyone to see. And then I'm going to stop talking and introduce our next speaker to give a view from the Assistant Secretary's office. It is my pleasure to introduce Brad Crabtree, Assistant Secretary for the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. Brad, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself, the floor is yours.
Alex, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Excellent. Alex, thank you. Also, thanks to you and the team at the U.S. Energy Association for all your work to organize this, and the Colorado School of Mines for hosting. First, let me apologize for not being there in person. I was in the airport in DC last night, and I waited as long as I possibly could for my flight to come in until I realized that I would miss my connection and most of the event today in Denver. I had wanted to come. I talked to Grant Bromell on our team and come and show my personal support for this work, and also actually to learn about this work in terms of the programs and responsibilities of the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. This is an area that I didn't work in previously in my career, but I've always felt is profoundly important. So I'm stuck having to signal and convey my support remotely rather than being there in person. Before I get started, let me just start by just a few thank yous. Obviously, I already recognized USEA and the Colorado School of Mines, but also Helena Kasdosian, one of our colleagues at DOE from the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Advanced Manufacturing Office. And then colleagues of mine on the FECM team, Evan Granite and Grant Bromell in the Division of Mineral Sustainability. Really appreciate all of your efforts and work that has gone into this workshop. And then I also just want to thank all of you in the audience in Denver, as well as everybody online for your time and participation, because the purpose of this workshop is to get your input and ideas. So with that, I'll get started. Sort of by way of personal background, I know a number of you. I've been working for 20 years in the area of carbon management to build bridges between different industries and between industry, NGOs, unions, and other stakeholders around carbon management policy and technology. And so I'm honored to have the opportunity to serve as Assistant Secretary and support FECM's efforts to advance an area of policy and technology that President Biden has been personally supportive of, and that's carbon management and a goal to reach net zero emissions by 2050. Critical minerals are actually central to achieving that goal and to facilitating the deployment not only of carbon management technologies, but of a whole host of clean energy technologies by ensuring that we have access to the domestic supplies of critical minerals that are needed to build a clean energy, industrial, and manufacturing economy. And also at the same time ensuring our national security and prosperity as a country. In the workshop today, we're going to discuss the challenges and progress we're making on the development of critical minerals and rare earth elements. But before we get started, I'm going to try to set the stage a little bit for these discussions. As you all know, critical minerals are integral to the way we live and to America, as I said already, our economic growth and national security. And demand for these minerals is literally skyrocketing as the world transitions to a clean energy and industrial economy. I think you've all heard these figures. Global demand for critical minerals is set to literally skyrocket by 400% to 600% over the next several decades. And the demand for particular minerals will increase dramatically. Lithium and graphite as two examples needed in electric vehicle batteries are projected the demand to grow by as much as 4,000%. These are astronomical numbers that will have geostrategic as well as economic and climate implications. We are not in a good place today, to be very candid. The United States relies on imports from most of our critical minerals we need. China now supplies the United States with about 80% of the rare earth elements we need. And China controls not only most of the mining and extraction, but also the processing of those resources as well. So we have a twofold challenge here. Even as we work to increase our domestic supplies, we also have to expand processing, or we'll send the critical minerals abroad and only to bring them back in the products that we need for our clean energy economy. This reliance on foreign sources of critical minerals and rare earth elements is not only unsustainable and makes us vulnerable as a country, it's also unjust. The production and processing of critical minerals in major exporting countries fuels armed conflicts. It fosters a whole range of human rights abuses, and it contributes in many cases to significant local environmental pollution. That's one of the many reasons why for the past 10 years, DOE has been working to develop a domestic supply chain for critical minerals, including rare earth elements. FECM is playing a leading role in this effort by working to develop rare earths and other critical minerals from unconventional sources such as lignite, coal ash, and acid mine drainage. In 2016, we launched 4 small-scale demonstration projects that have gone from producing grams of mixed rare earth oxides to manufacturing kilograms of those oxides with nearly 100% purity. And with the initiatives that you'll be talking about today, we're on the path of moving towards tons of production. We've provided at FECM over $28 million in federal funding for projects focused on developing innovative midstream processing technologies. And we've also, well, it's a promising start, but it's also clear that federal efforts need to be stepped up. We really need to move the ball down the field and build a secure critical minerals supply chain. That's why DOE released a set of 14 reports on energy supply chains, coupled with 13 issue-specific assessments on a range of topics across the energy sector, including critical minerals and an overarching strategy report, the first ever comprehensive US government plan to secure our domestic supply chains and increase our energy independence. For our part at FECM, we've established the Division of Mineral Sustainability to focus exclusively on catalyzing the sustainable recovery of critical minerals as well as carbon ore. I want to recognize my predecessor, Steve Winberg, in the previous administration. Many of you worked with him in the office at the time in standing this work up, and we're benefiting from that today. Over the next 5 years or so, the Mineral Sustainability team will focus on advancing existing extraction, separation, and processing technologies to accelerate the production of rare earths and other critical minerals from unconventional and secondary sources. This work is going to support three technical pillars. First is resource characterization and technology development. The second, sustainable resource extraction technology development. And then finally, developing technologies for processing, refining, and alloying. Moving forward, we will be focusing on technologies that enable the most effective and sustainable extraction of critical minerals from carbon ore, acid mine drainage, and produced water from natural gas and oil and gas operations. This is exciting to me. I mean, if there was ever an example of transforming a problem into a solution, this is it. The goal is to scale these technologies to small and large scale pilots and then larger field demonstrations to create domestic critical mineral supply chains across the country. These efforts will not only help lay the groundwork for a sustainable and secure supply chain, but they will also help revitalize domestic manufacturing and refining capabilities and ultimately create new high-wage jobs in the critical mineral, metallurgical, and environmental sectors. The crown jewel of this effort has been our carbon ore, rare earth, and critical mineral, or CORE-CM initiative. This initiative is targeted to those very energy communities that have powered our nation for over a century and are poised to help lead the transition to a clean energy and industrial economy. The idea behind Core CM is that these communities can tap their abundant carbon ore resources to produce rare earth elements and critical minerals that we need to build a whole range of critical technologies and infrastructure: wind turbines, solar panels, batteries, magnets, and many more things. Core CM is not just about technologies, though. It's about President Biden's broader commitment to ensuring that this shift to a clean energy and industrial economy retains and creates high-wage jobs, that it helps support and spur the revitalization of communities, and that we engage local and regional communities and get their input and make sure that there's buy-in to the investments that we're making in projects on the ground. We want those who are most impacted to benefit most from the work. So under Core CM, we have awarded $19 million to 13 projects to support the production of rare earths and critical minerals in traditionally fossil fuel producing communities literally across this nation. And we're helping to lay the groundwork for regional roadmaps to build domestic critical mineral supply chains. We got a huge boost for this work from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. In addition to $27 million to enhance rare earth mineral security, this historic federal investment includes $140 million to build a first ever critical mineral separation facility to extract rare earths from acid mine drainage, mine waste, or similar feedstocks, and then refine those feedstocks to metals. We launched the effort in February with a request for information, or RFI, to get input from folks like all of you, industry and other stakeholders, on the design, construction, and operation of this facility. A funding opportunity announcement is expected to be issued by us in the near future. We're also closely coordinating our efforts with the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy and the Office of Science at DOE, both of which have had long-standing programs in critical minerals and materials, especially ERE's Critical Materials Institute. Also, we're looking at more collaboration across DOE through cross-cutting teams from other offices to leverage each office's R&D and strengths so that we can accelerate the development of robust domestic supply chains. So in conclusion, this brings us back to all of you. The reason that you are all in Denver, and I wish I were with you, is that we can't do this alone. We are going around the country to seek input from all of you on how best to implement these programs. As I mentioned at the beginning, we need your help and input. Collaboration will be critical to getting this done and getting it done right. And it's going to have to be an all hands on deck effort that will require support from all of you and the broader American public. This workshop is one of many efforts to engage with the broader set of stakeholders and citizens that are interested in this topic. So thank you again for all being here. And even though I'm in DC, I'm going to participate in the bulk of today's activities online, and I look forward to listening and learning from all of you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Assistant Secretary Crabtree. Very much appreciate you taking the time to join us today, even if it had to be virtual, and look forward to you participating through as long as you can. I know you have a busy schedule.
Thanks, Alex.
Next up, to discuss what makes a material critical and what makes a supply chain resilient, we have Dr. Roderick Eggert, Professor of Economics and Business and Coulter Foundation Chair in Mineral Economics from our host today, Colorado School of Mines. So Rod, let me pull up your presentation here.
Good morning. Let me welcome you, first of all, to the Colorado School of Mines campus. We're delighted to be able to host this USEA and DOE workshop workshop and discussion about critical minerals and opportunities under the infrastructure appropriation. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to participate. My role is to provide a few contextual remarks, or framing remarks, and I've organized my remarks around two questions. What makes a material critical? And then what makes a supply chain resilient? So let's start with the first one. What makes a material critical? And if we look up critical in the dictionary, you'll come across words like, or synonyms like, vital, essential, indispensable. And let's apply that then to minerals and materials, or elements, minerals and materials. And I'm going to use those three expressions or three words synonymously, even though they obviously have somewhat different specific meanings. Well, if we think about the first 83 elements in the periodic table of elements, hydrogen through bismuth, almost everything is vital or indispensable or essential to someone. And so as the expression critical materials and minerals has come to be used in our discussions, it's a somewhat narrower definition, which starts with indispensability, but also adds difficult substitution and supply chain risks. And it was around this definition that the US identified elements, or mineral-derived elements which are converted into materials, to a list, a US list. And lots of countries and entities have lists. And so this is our list. And one of the things that's striking is that we've only gone from about 83 to 55 or so, so not much of a narrowing. And that's okay. But what it really tells us is that, to quote former Ames Lab director Alex King, what is critical depends on who you are, where you are, and when they ask. We can take the perspective of the world. We can take this perspective of the manufacturing sector, or a particular manufacturing sector in a national economy. We could take the perspective of a company and its profitability. We could take the perspective of a technology or a technology transition, like the energy transitions, and in that narrower context, identify what is critical. The common theme is that something important is at risk. And to me, that's the kind of the vision or the centering phrase in terms of thinking about criticality. Part of the story of critical minerals and materials is recognizing diversity. Each material has its own story. We have lack of supply chain diversity, probably the most typical situation that's called critical, often associated with geopolitical risks, but there are also criticality issues associated with co-production, the reality that many of the essential elements that we need are produced in minute quantities, in dilute concentrations, in association with major metals. And so there's a codependence between the major metal and the minor metal, which means that the minor metal production, the byproduct production, may not always be as responsive quickly to market conditions as we might expect. There, in some cases, are technology risks. In many cases, there are technology risks. There are often commercial entry barriers, the blocking or hindering private sector entry into the sector. Many of the specialty metals labeled critical are characterized by opaque markets. It's difficult, if you're not already a participant in industry, to get a good sense of, well, exactly how attractive is this as an investment opportunity, and it discourages and delays and reduces the amount of investment that would also or might otherwise occur. Time is something that I think is often ignored or fuzzed over in these discussions, and what have been labeled as critical minerals and materials. In some case, the focus is on what I think of as short to medium term risks, And in other cases, what we're talking about is concern about medium to long-term availability. And the approaches that one might take, in my view, vary depending on which type of risk we're talking about. And let me spend a moment talking about this distinction. By short to medium term risks, I'm thinking about fragility due to the present, the existing geography of production and use of materials, mining in one country, processing in another country, intermediate products in another country, and manufacturing maybe in another country, and assembly in still another country, which is separate from the consumers. But it's also the fragility due to existing technologies. And so specifically the risks, if we were trying to measure short to medium term criticality, it's the risk of physical unavailability, something we've been exposed to in a variety of sectors as a result of the pandemic. It's price volatility, the unexpected, often large swings in prices from week to week, month to month, year to year. And in a corporate perspective, the reputational risks that they can face from shareholders and customers by relying on production that takes place in locations where the mineral production or manufacturing involves funds civil unrest, involves child labor, and other things that we would not do not approve of. The medium to long term is really a somewhat different story that sometimes gets lumped together. It starts with demand and what we've heard about already, that in terms of the energy transitions, demand for some mineral-derived materials will increase quickly and substantially, although we have to admit at what rate and by how much, we're really not very sure. There are scenarios. I would focus on scenarios, what or if then statements as opposed to predictions. We're really not very good at predicting or forecasting. On the supply side, for many of these supply chains, we have supply characterized by supply that is fragmented, meaning different stages of production in different locations, is concentrated in a small number of facilities or countries. And so there's this insecurity notion. In some cases, in many cases, these are small markets. And as I said before, in many cases, these are opaque markets. And so this medium to longer term concern is more about, will supply keep up with demand than it is the short run disruptions that could happen next week or a few months from now. And so my kind of restatement or summary statement about this issue is that supply may not grow appropriately, in quotes, to meet growing demands. And by appropriately, I mean really 5 desirable characteristics. Supply will be appropriate in terms of quantities. It'll be secure in the sense that they are safe and we can respond should there be disruptions in one place or another. Affordable, price is a big issue. It's not just quantity and security, it's price. Sustainability is important in an environmental sense, and responsibility or responsible supply in a social, local, community, or regional sense is also important. So the concern is, again, lack of appropriate availability will become an obstacle to the energy transitions. As an example of this medium to longer term concern, about a year ago, the International Energy Agency released a study that was highlighted in the Financial Times in May of last year with the headline, "High Metal Prices Could Delay Transition to Clean Energy." It's not price volatility, it's high prices. And if you dig into the study, and some of you may have seen this before, a couple of, to me, quite important visualizations of what they're talking about. It starts with this figure. Demand for some mineral-based materials will increase significantly. And so let's take this, a lot on this slide, so let's take it bit by bit. For selected elements. It's not all elements. This doesn't include iron and steel. It doesn't include aluminum. But for the elements listed here, starting with copper and electrification, a bunch of magnet materials or battery materials, rare earths for magnets, and some others. Let's compare conventional transportation and power generation technologies with newer emerging technologies. And so at the top, we have the transport sector. We have bar charts or columns, not columns. What's a column if it's laid horizontally, whatever that is. We have horizontal bars that reflect the quantity of material, kilograms per vehicle, for all those things together listed on the right-hand side. In a conventional car, it's about 30. In an electric vehicle, it's 200. So 30 to 200, a roughly 7-fold increase. Not in the iron and steel, not in the aluminum, but in certain other things. I think copper, it's estimated that 3 to 4 times the quantity of copper per electric vehicle compared to conventional internal combustion engine. If we go to the bottom part, it's a similar sort of arrangement, this time with power generation, and it's kilograms per megawatt. And so at the bottom, we start with coal and natural gas, and a lot of detail here, but just focus on, call it 3,000 roughly for coal and natural gas. As we move up to nuclear, solar PV, onshore wind, and offshore wind, it gets as high as, let's call it 15. So 3 to 15, a 5-fold increase in demand for these materials under the scenario that the International Energy Agency used in developing this demand. It's not really actual demand, it's the implied demand should clean energy technologies be deployed in a particular way. But it's not just about mining, it's about supply chains. And so we have a similar type of figure, but illustrating, in this case, geographic concentration of production. And so the horizontal scale is market share. The bars represent the combined market shares of the 3 largest producing countries. So it's country concentration, it's not company concentration that one might be worried about it in an antitrust investigation. So if we start with the extractive stage, at the top of the diagram, we have oil and natural gas. And the top 3 producing countries collectively, approximately 40%. Don't worry about the details. If we turn to the bottom, copper, nickel, cobalt, rare earths, and lithium, all of them are at least 40%. And most are somewhat, and often in some cases, much more than that. If we turn to intermediate processing, so think of it as smelting and refining in the case of something like copper, think of it as conversion of resource to various lithium, especially lithium chemicals, if we think about the lithium supply chain. At the top, we have oil refining and LNG for export, and the top 3 producing countries are, what's that, call it 50% roughly. If we turn to materials, copper, nickel, cobalt, lithium, and rare earths, in each case, it's at least that, and in all but 1 case or 2 cases, significantly more than that. And notice that there's also a China aspect to this part of the story as well. So let's try to link up a little more closely materials or minerals or elements with the energy transitions, and it starts with electrification. And we want to, how do we get this, get the bar out of the way here? We can move that up or down or minimize this. Okay, great. I wanted to be able to see the headline at the bottom. So electrification, clearly, if you were doing word association, electrification, I immediately think copper, half a millisecond later. I mean, copper, as many people have noted, is not on the official US list of critical minerals, and that's a result of the way critical is defined. It's defined largely based on the current situation. It it combines import dependence with diversity of production. And we have significant copper production in the United States. We are still, I believe, a net importer, but we have significant production, and there's somewhat greater diversity in copper production than for many of the other, the official critical minerals. But yet, copper is an important part of the story. Whether it should be an important part of infrastructure spending, that's a different discussion. But just as an example of copper and electrification and the energy transitions has kind of hit Main Street, or Main Street, I'm struggling for an expression here. We need to look no further than the Financial Times, an article that was posted last night, an op-ed piece written by Daniel Yergin. Daniel Yergin, the noted energy and oil analyst, who's now writing about copper. Well, I was in a meeting about 10 years ago, just in the audience, where someone asked him about materials for energy technologies, and it was not something that he said he didn't really know much about that. And now he's writing in the Financial Times. Dr. Copper has a worrying message about the energy transition. And in the op-ed piece, he says, in the long run, so my long term, supply always catches up with demand. But it can be chaotic, there can be disruptions, there can be problems in the medium term. And he was really writing about medium-term concerns about copper availability. But going right now, I think moving that bar, there we go. If we, let's try to admit this person. There we go. Lots of other examples too. If we think about electronic materials for solar and power electronics, things like gallium, indium, selenium, silver, tellurium, and tin. And if you're getting bored, try to say all of these fast. If we think about magnets and motors for wind turbines, EVs, and many other household and industrial uses, we have some of the rare earth elements. If we're thinking about energy storage, well, probably half the periodic table in one way or another is involved with various energy storage technologies. If we look simply at lithium ion and lithium-based batteries, we have lithium, nickel, cobalt, manganese, graphite. But there's vanadium for vanadium flow. We have sodium flow in development. There's even work focusing on making lead appropriate for the energy transitions. Fuel cells, platinum group elements, and some rare earth elements. If we think about nuclear, cobalt, dysprosium, gadolinium, hafnium, indium. So that's my long-winded answer to the question, what makes a material critical? Let's now turn to my second question, what makes a supply chain resilient? And let's again start with the dictionary definition. A dictionary definition, this particular one says, able to withstand or recover quickly from difficult conditions. So it's being adaptable when times change. Now, what makes anything resilient? Well, there's one word that to me captures that. It's options. You want to have options. And so one of the key challenges in thinking about critical materials and developing the options often cost money. And so there's this tension between low costs, minimizing costs, and spending money to maintain options. It's like buying insurance, in effect. And let's think about the short to medium term compared to the medium to long term. And so in the short to medium term, the things that come most quickly to my mind are things like users, material users, increasing stockpiles and working inventories, users developing sourcing arrangements, users, manufacturers adopting off-the-shelf technologies that have been, they're ready and waiting, but we're looking for the right moment to be commercialized. And can be adopted in several years, 5 years, 6 years, but really nothing gets developed from scratch, or rarely do things get developed from scratch in that short a period of time. Whereas the medium to long term is more fundamental supply and demand stuff, and it's really if we think about ways to respond to material criticality in the medium to long term, there are really three fundamental responses. Diversify and increase primary production, develop supply chains in more places. Second, waste less of what we do mine and process through increased manufacturing efficiency, enhanced recycling and reuse, and using less by developing substitute materials. So we have optionality in a longer run sense, which obviously then, or very quickly, raises the question, well, how and who? And it raises the question, what mix of private initiative and public policy do we want? And this is not a policy debate forum today, so we leave that for another time. I'm happy to talk about that, but I think I'd like to end and close by just observing several broader policy re-examinations, philosophical re-examinations that I think are influencing the narrower topic of what to do with critical minerals and materials. And so first of all, we have the reconsideration of globalization. And I've assembled a few headlines here. You can't see the top one, but it says something about hyper globalization. The myth of the global, why regional ties win the day. Onshoring is so last year, the new lingo is friendshoring. And then more in the minerals and materials sphere, an announcement about a month ago coming from the State Department indicating or announcing that the United States and a number of other countries and the European Commission have agreed to work together to secure supply chains for mineral-based resources. It's not just globalization that's being reconsidered, it's reconsideration of industrial policy. And what do I mean by industrial policy? We'll compare it with what some people call neoliberalism, or let the market decide. Policy should focus on setting the framework for private activities, but policy should be largely sector agnostic. Whereas industrial policy, broadly speaking, different people define it differently, but broadly speaking, when I use the term industrial policy, don't be sector agnostic, prioritize specific sectors of the economy to achieve change quicker. The Daniel Yergin point, markets eventually work things out, but it takes time and is often chaotic, and government has the potential at least to speed things up. And a number of headlines from that. From this realm. Framework for a new American industrial policy, protection without protectionism, getting industrial policy right. And then at the bottom, another minerals or materials example that I classify in this industrial policy area, the invoking of the Defense Production Act to accelerate domestic manufacturing and mineral production and material production related to clean energy technologies. Something that historically has typically not been considered under the label national security, although under both of the most recent administrations, there's been a somewhat broader interpretation of what national security is, and a greater propensity to use Defense Production Act for things that might historically not have been considered, military preparedness or national security in a narrower sense. We have reconsideration of the relative roles of Congress, administration, and civil society. Most recently, the Supreme Court decision related to EPA's authority to mandate carbon emissions, and we don't want to debate that, but the legal basis was for that decision was the relative of what can the executive branch do, and how specific does legislative guidance have to be to authorize a specific activity. But that's part of a broader, I would say, reconsideration of the role of public interest groups and process in making big decisions. And so here's a headline: government regulation is vital, but it also needs to be efficient, by the author of a book called Public Citizens, a Yale professor of history, who is writing about how societies make decisions about big projects and relative roles of different parties. And then in the mining sphere, Biden mining order won't change, biggest hurdle, referring to that DPA announcement focusing on permits. And every meeting that I'm at, and my guess is somewhere today, there'll be a discussion of permitting, even if it's not outside the scope of this particular meeting because it's outside of the scope of DOE authority. And then finally, reconsideration of science and technology policy. You can't see that, science and technology policy. And there's a desire or a discussion about increasing the government's role, the muscularity of government policy in terms of innovation, and a bit of longing to how the Chinese do it. They just decide to do something and do it, is kind of the caricature. And I think this is reflected here in the deploy language that we've heard out of Department of Energy over the last year or so. And fundamentally, and this is really, I think, my final point, how do we think about government's role and public subsidies for science and technology? And if you can think about a three-stage, kind of loosely, a three-stage technology development path. There's invention, innovation, and then commercialization. It's well accepted. Everyone pretty much agrees that invention needs large public subsidies. Commercialization should largely rest with the private sector, but this innovation, the translation of invention to commercialized technology is a little murkier, a little more difficult to wrap our arms around. Probably requires some degree of public-private partnership, but that's hard. How do you do that in a practical, effective way? So a number of pieces of the broader policy context, and that's it. What makes a material critical is vital and subject to some sort of availability concern, risk or availability concern. What makes a supply chain resilient? In a word, options. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much, Professor Eggert. We do have a couple minutes for some Q&A. So if anyone in the room has a question, please raise your hand and I'll bring the mic to you. If you are online, please feel free to chat your question in. And seeing that we have at least one in the room here, I'm going to pass the mic over.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, my name is Manoj Mohanty and I'm from University of Nevada, Reno. Dr. Eggert and I had communicated over email during the last couple of days about the location of this room and all that. Excellent presentation. I have a comment to make with your, I have seen that chart before, those bar charts from IEA. But the way I was reading those is I was never including nuclear as an emerging technology. They may be clean, but due to the safety aspect of it, what do you do with the processing waste that you generate from nuclear power plants? But you probably still hope that there will be more nuclear power plant in the future. So I just wanted to make a comment about that.
You are correct that there is disagreement about whether nuclear should be considered clean energy and included in the favored category. I have personal views on that. I think the IEA, that report includes nuclear in some of its assessments.
Thanks so much for your background. My question is, you talked about copper and how long-term, supply will catch up with demand. But in the midterm, it might be messy. Could you expand on what some of those challenges could be?
Well, copper needs will certainly grow, and one can think about different sources of growth. One is expand and enhance production from existing operations. A second is improving manufacturing efficiency, recycling, and reuse. And a third is new mines. And back of the envelope calculations suggest that expanding existing operations and increasing recycling, and there's already a lot of copper that's most end of life, more than half of end of life copper or copper in end of life products already is recycled. So there are limits to the degree that that can be enhanced. Copper is going to require new mines. And so half a second after the issue of copper is raised in any discussion I've been involved in the United States leads to a discussion of permitting. And the challenge is that several high-profile, known but undeveloped, very, very large copper resources have had in gaining approvals. But there will need to be new mine development for copper somewhere in the world to meet what is estimated to be the copper needs.
I think we have time for one more question.
Morning, my name is Tom Clark. I'm from some Vita factory here in Denver. What specific aspects of the Chinese approach could be implemented in the United States, given that we have the permitting issue at the end and a very different system?
I'm not an expert on China, but clearly there are things like low-cost finance that is targeted towards specific sectors. So industrial policy in that sense, not sector agnostic. There's a priority on education and training in strategic sectors. That is, I think, an aspect of a long-term perspective that the Chinese take. And this idea of a public-private partnership, the third response, public-private partnerships linking basic curiosity-driven research and invention with commercialization. Well, it's easier to implement because there's a fuzzier line between government and business and the business sector. This that falls under the label state capitalism. So is there some way to more effectively have government and industry work together? Now, I don't have any magic answers to that or solutions, but that's what seem to be a couple of the key characteristics or issues.
Great, thank you so much, Dr. Egger. If we could give you another round of applause.
Our next speaker is going to be presenting virtually to discuss aligning aspirations, critical minerals, and the elusiveness of community. And I see that he is ahead of me here sharing the screen. So with that, I'll introduce Dr. Tom Osden Schilling, Assistant Professor of Anthropology at Johns Hopkins University. Tom, you're sharing the screens, so the floor is yours.
Can everyone hear me okay?
We can hear you now, yes.
Great. Alex, thank you for the introduction. And thank you to the organizers for the invitation. Part of what I'm going to be talking about here is a lack of the kind of events that we're actually having here right now. So to some degree, I feel like we're answering the problem that I'm going to be describing. I'm a cultural anthropologist, so this is going to be a little bit of a change of pace from the other talks that you're going to hear today. And I look at the social context of scientific research, particularly in rural areas where there aren't lots of other scientific institutions around. In my current research, I'm examining research and commercialization initiatives surrounding rare earth elements, development projects around the world, including in the US, Canada, Malaysia, and Western Australia. I'm like Assistant Secretary Crabtree. I'm really sorry that I couldn't be there today. I'm actually conducting field work on this project in a small town in East Central Idaho that is about to host an active rare earth elements drilling project, and in a couple of months is going to have the first cobalt mine in the United States opening up for production. So there's a lot of different conversations happening here right now. My main goal for today is to make everyone think twice whenever you hear, read, or say the word community in relation to a critical minerals project. As evidenced by the broad and very diverse audience here today, and that the other listening sessions have been organized by the USEA. These projects have brought lots of different institutions into the same space, and they've generated some pretty complicated new points of intersection. But as nice as it sounds when we encounter it in the space, the word community and its related term community impact, it means different things across these institutions. Many commercial and government institutions continually promote specific meanings of community in order to frame or justify their specific facet of work, which is something I think we all know or sometimes directly involved in. But what I want to call attention to here is the fact that, when these meanings don't match up to how individuals involved see themselves, their experiences, or their aspirations for the future, it can create or expand a sense of disconnection that can have really far-reaching consequences for other kinds of political and economic dialogues. And I think, as we saw in some of the language that Assistant Secretary Crabtree used in his opening remarks, there's a lot of ways in which critical minerals are seen as a kind of panacea for rural economic development in a way that's really exciting, but I think also fraught with a lot of risks for the people that we imagine as participating in these kinds of transitions. I'm going to offer some perspectives from Canada and Malaysia a little bit later in my presentation, but first I'm going to talk about developments near a proposed rare earths mine in Wyoming. A handful of people in the audience saw me present some of this material at a green chemistry and engineering conference last month. I apologize for being redundant, but when we get to the second half of the talk, I'm going to get into some new stuff. Just to be clear, I'm not making an argument for or against this mine or mining in general, and I'm not arguing about the technical efficacy of the hydrometallurgical processing research that's soon going to be taking place there. What I will argue, though, is the social organization of developments at the site, including nearly a decade of intermittent outreach efforts to secure local support for the proposed mine, and recent promotional activities around a newly proposed pilot separations plant, kind of technology that we're going to be talking about probably a fair amount today. They've actually made many residents of this community more skeptical of the concept of low carbon energy transitions in general. So I want to talk about why this kind of thing happens. The basic point here is that, for better or worse, the histories of all of these participants in these initiatives, all these histories strongly shape what constitutes success for these initiatives and for whom. A lot of what I'm going to be talking about, they're really systems of cultural and socioeconomic exclusion, systems that don't disappear overnight, and are frankly very difficult to discern through conventional corporate outreach mechanisms. In some sense, the more that one idealizes a holistic approach to materials development, the deeper these kinds of exclusions can become buried. And for many people, collaborative initiatives focused on energy transitions, they aren't ultimately about pollution, climate change, or even economic wealth, but they're really experienced as reminders that the forms of social mobility and decision-making power that surround resource development, technology, and research activities accrue to other people and not to them. Now, when I'm presenting to audience of anthropologists, I typically have to spend half my talk just explaining what rare earth elements are and why they're technologically and geopolitically significant, which is one of the reasons that I love presenting right after Professor Egert, because he says it so much more clearly than anyone possibly could. And I thank you for that again, Rod. For many scientists, the phrase critical minerals, they didn't really enter their professional lives until 2010. When China restricted ore exports to Japan and announced quotas for the rest of the world. And this was really the event that kind of became the genesis for the Critical Materials Institute. For many of my scientist interlocutors, the substance of the research didn't necessarily change, but the context of it really did. What did change was the sheer diversity of actors and institutions that suddenly became connected to one another in new ways. This doesn't just include chemists and material processing experts, like the folks that I've been speaking with at Idaho National Labs, but also geologists, venture financiers searching for new mines, technologists seeking funding for startups, community activists protesting faulty permitting processes for new refineries, and regulators who in Idaho are frequently getting attacked on all sides. The kinds of interconnections that are created through critical materials initiatives, they articulate with local histories in surprisingly complex ways. These are not just mining projects, right? For people who are not actively involved in day-to-day research, these connections can also transform pretty dramatically with the passage of time, especially if one group finds themselves waiting for the realization of a promise made by another group. This is especially true for Sundance, Wyoming, a town of about 1,000 people near a proposed rare earths mine that's been under exploration for a decade and a half. I've been visiting Sundance periodically for 11 years. I actually grew up in Lander, Wyoming, which is a town several hours away. Sundance is an hour's drive from the Powder River Basin, which hosts the largest coal mines in the world. So it's definitely an energy community in the parlance of the Department of Energy. Because of this regional mining history, though, most Sundance residents, they're quite in favor of the proposed mine when I first began visiting in 2011. Not because they cared about rare earths development or low carbon energy technologies, but because most of the town's residents were tired of long commutes, either west of Powder River or east to service jobs in South Dakota, right? This was really a kind of day-to-day life calculation. Other than a few people focused on the area's thorium levels and the proposed mine's possible effects on groundwater, the mine's initial opponents were mainly ranchers living near the proposed haul road who didn't want more truck traffic disturbing their cattle. When I visited Sundance again in 2018, this is more or less when the rare earths market kind of bottomed out before it started rising again. The project was indefinitely on hold, and many people I spoke with in the town had developed conspiracy theories about what was actually going on. Several insisted that what they called the rare earth story had been a cover for gold mining operations, and that the site had been closed to keep others from locating more gold. Some believe that the project had been taken over by federal government agents. Just imagine the tone with which the word agent was uttered, who were secretly mining uranium underground for use in nuclear weapons, and that they had to keep the transition hushed up in order to keep the site off the radars of international terrorists. Many people were annoyed that areas within the exploration claim had been closed to public access, including some of the town's favorite hunting, skiing, and four-wheeling spots. If these places were still fenced off, even though nothing was happening, they insisted to me something had to be going on there. Right now, fast forward to 3 years later to last autumn, when the Department of Energy announced a $22 million grant to construct a pilot hydrometallurgical processing plant in the town next to Sundance to help the owners of the project prove the financial viability for a future mine. Again, this is the kind of project that we're going to be talking a lot about today. From a business standpoint, the proposed plant is significant for several reasons. First, it's a clear sign that the exploration site is potentially moving forward again. And yes, the capital markets responded to the news of the grant with a huge bump in the stock price for the company managing the site. And it's also evidence that the company is actually trying to learn how to process ore domestically rather than sending it directly to China, where, as Dr. Egert just pointed out, pretty much all of the relevant expertise now exists. When I corresponded with people in Sundance this winter after the pilot plant was announced, though, most were pretty dismissive or even scornful towards the project as a whole. It won't matter, they said, the mine isn't coming. So a few brought up conspiracy theories, but mainly to emphasize how distant the project felt from their day-to-day lives. Several reminded me that they had left resumes with the exploration company years ago when rare earth prices were booming and the company operating the site had been hosting promotional events and community information sessions every month, but most had never heard back, and new outreach events were sparsely attended. So I want to talk about like outreach events. If you've lived in rural areas, like you've probably seen this kind of stuff: colorful flyers, swag, a rented office on Main Street, sponsorships for the local Little League team, community barbecues, that sort of stuff. And I don't say this in cynicism. There are numerous reasons that resource companies put money into these processes: commercial reasons, but also legal and ethical reasons as well. The kinds of outreach and engagement sessions that I'm describing, they're also happening much earlier than they used to. Because, as Dr. Egert pointed out, the North American permitting process for environmental impact assessments and other things, including geotechnical analyses, they now take more than a decade even for uncontroversial projects. So that really influences these social dynamics. At its best, corporate outreach can involve people meaningfully in environmental impact assessments, sometimes in ways that actually influence project design. But outreach can also soften opposition to problematic projects. And it can even swing local and state elections by casting particular politicians as ideologues. And there's some excellent scholarship focused on how industry outreach can serve to undermine democratic processes, including by Jessica Smith, who's an excellent professor there at Colorado School of Mines. And these issues of potential misdirection are especially complex for rare earths, since the mineralogy, the environmental health effects, and processing requirements for new sites involve so many new unknowns. But examining the shifting perspectives of Sundance residents over the past 12 years, I mean, it seems that something even more fundamentally transformative is happening through these encounters, something subtler than a community getting tricked into supporting a mine. Because again, like they supported it at the beginning, or a regulatory process being subverted, which is not what I'm saying, right? In a longer talk, I would detail these kinds of social transformations through what anthropologists call ethnographic vignettes and some descriptions of interviews. I'd take you to the hair salon / mayor's office in the neighboring town of Upton, where an early agreement for the pilot plant was hashed out. We'd visit the outdoor bar and barbecue pit where the company's chief geologist and other technical employees stop by every Friday to buy beers and host Q&As. For today's talk, suffice it to say that these initial outreach events, these really were the main places where most people in Sundance first learned about rare earths, about electric car batteries, and about China's dominance across the sector, right? To put it differently, the very concept of an energy transition was not something that most residents encountered abstractly or in the news with any real sense of investment until it was put forth as a framing device by company representatives in presentations about concrete proposals that could palpably affect their own lives, right? This is really how they encountered this knowledge. And so these kinds of engagements, as you can imagine, are socially and historically patterned. We really need to think about who was talking to whom, not just about abstract messaging. For years, the people I've met in Sundance have compared the activity around rare earths, the initial hype and excitement, their disappointment and sense of abandonment, and now most recently their skepticism, to another would-be global energy transition that for some of these folks played out as local theater. In the early 1950s, the US Geological Survey performed radiometric surveys throughout the Western US and announced major uranium findings in the Bear Lodge Hills, the exact site of the proposed rare earths mine. And it's worth remembering that critical minerals, the term itself, was essentially invented as a kind of Cold War procurement strategy in the 1950s. So the timing here is important. This discovery happened shortly after the construction of the world's first nuclear power plant at Idaho National Labs. The Atoms for Peace movement had just been announced, and millions of Americans were convinced that nuclear power was just about to take over electricity generation, right? Again, like a technology being treated as a panacea for all of these other issues. Even more like contemporary rare earths discourse, though, the idea that American communities would oversee nuclear fuel extraction and American institutions would develop nuclear technologies and then share them with the world. This was really used to sell the people living near research sites and prospective mines on the importance of their own roles in these projects, right? So for several years, Sundance residents were promised that their own town would host the world's next major uranium mine and that high-paying jobs for engineers and scientists would come shortly thereafter. But the mine was never built, and the revolutionary aura of the nuclear age kind of lost steam in general. So, of course, as we all know, the places where mines and processing centers were constructed have pretty complicated feelings about these legacies. But the rare earth saga, people in Sundance told me, it felt similar. A couple elderly people showed me old newspaper clippings that they had saved with headlines like "Uranium Bonanza Assured" spelled out in 80-point font. And this brief period of hype, it spawned arguments, but it also made people feel important. And this is what they told me, that they had something to contribute to the rest of the world. And it was losing this sense. These people told me that it spawned feelings of cynicism towards nuclear power, towards the federal government, and towards technological promises in general. And I want to stick with this point for a few more minutes as I go through these other examples. This idea that the community relevant to a critical minerals exploration or research and development project, it's not just some collection of individuals who want jobs, who may possess specific skills or experiences relevant to resource industries, and who happen to live in a specific place in a specific time, right? And I'm going to give a couple examples to show what else gets illuminated if we consider individual aspiration and sense of belonging in a more dynamic way. That better captures how people with attachments to these places actually experience specific forms of disappointment and alienation from political and economic processes, right? It really matters very concretely who is talking to whom. I also want to draw out how these people talk with one another about their disappointments and how these currents of conversation shape how they receive promises of holistic systemic change, right? So how are the kinds of things that we're talking about today, how do they actually land with the people who are ostensibly going to be enrolled in these projects? As I've seen across my research sites, not just in the US, but in Malaysia and Canada, The kinds of intersections that take shape among the many people affected by critical minerals work, they vary tremendously depending on how these actors have participated in other kinds of national, political, and economic processes. Western Canada has a massive mineral exploration industry, for instance, which is dominated by small companies and individual entrepreneurs. Until pretty recently, Canadian companies also tended to be less self-consciously nationalistic about developing primary resources and thinking about them in terms of domestic supply chains, partly because these companies have always operated all over the world. The flexibility is kind of their chief trait. As the US Geological Survey has invested more money in personnel in conducting aerial surveys and prospectivity mapping in the hopes of finding new rare earths deposits around the US, this information has in some ways actually impacted Canadian businesses and financial markets first, because they're often the best positioned to immediately start working on these sites and proving them up. But the Canadianness of mineral exploration outfits in the US, it doesn't normally come into question in the places where I've conducted research, often because their staff tend to be white English speakers. The cobalt mine that's just about to open here in near Salmon, Idaho, is run by an Australian company. Nobody cares that it's an Australian company. That's not really the point that I'm trying to make. But among some of the American geologists and other technical professionals who work for or contract with these companies, though, their knowledge of how the Canadian exploration sector is organized, the fact that they know firsthand that this whole sector is as interested in generating profits through financial markets as it is in actually developing, producing mines, that these companies move on from projects very quickly and are generally pretty agnostic about the location of a project unless it offers a compelling promotional narrative. This knowledge that the geologists and other technical staff have has made many of these people that I've worked with quite skeptical about promises regarding domestic supply chains, because they've seen how readily exploration companies will reorganize partnerships as markets change and other opportunities arise. And again, I want you to think about concrete one-to-one conversations here. Like, these people will keep doing their jobs, of course, but the skepticism still matters because of the position that these people hold in their communities. If an exploration company's main office is in Vancouver or Toronto or Perth, as the vast majority of them are, these individuals, these American geologists who work in town, they'll be the people who will be contracting field assistants and drilling crews and coordinating local work. And maybe even more importantly, these will also be the people to whom local residents turn when they want to know whether a company is really committed to seeing a project through, or whether they're really going to be in a position to hire as many workers as they promised during their initial promotion and outreach. These are some pretty fraught conversations. So again, if the people participating in these conversations perceive a disconnect between the systemic economic change being promised by a company or a government institution and the more granular, chaotic picture of industry dynamics offered by their neighbors and friends, the kind of suspicion that can grow in these spaces can morph into a skepticism of government outreach in general. And I think that's a kind of skepticism that a lot of the folks that are in this room today are actually going to be encountering in their work. And I'm going to give you an extreme example of this that you might want to think of as a cautionary tale. As a lot of you know, and as Dr. Egert showed on his one of his previous slides, Malaysia hosts the only really significant rare earths processing center in the world outside of China, not including a smaller one in Estonia, which is the Gebeng separations plant, which is owned by Lynas, an Australian company, and was initially financed primarily by the Japanese government. Around Gebeng and the neighboring city of Kuantan in the Malaysian state of Pahang, political histories manifest primarily as a deep sense of mistrust that many local community members feel towards the federal government and its regulatory institutions, and towards the Sultan of the state of Pahang, who is heavily invested in this project. Here again, historical comparisons loom very large. Both supporters and opponents of this site, the Lynas site, like to remind people of the last rare earths processing facility that operated in Malaysia, a hydrometallurgical plant that processed slag from the massive tin mines in the northwestern state of Perak. That site operated for 12 years until the Mitsubishi Corporation, its parent company, was forced to close it down by petitioners who were alarmed by rapidly escalating numbers of birth defects and cases of juvenile leukemia in the village immediately adjacent to the plant. For many activists I've met, the tragedy exemplified how the aura of exceptional importance, systemic change surrounding rare earths production can be leveraged by multinationals operating in Malaysia to receive favorable treatment, including when negotiating contracts or deciding how to enforce environmental laws. Unlike the situations I'm describing in North America, this mistrust had immediate consequences. In 2018, protests against the Linus project played a major role in swinging Malaysia's federal elections and unseating the ruling UMNO party for the first time in the country's history. And the language of community has been extremely influential in these protests. Critics of the project were often attacked for being outsiders and for trying to harm the interests of Malaysia as a nation. The language was really weaponized. And ethnic Chinese protesters in particular, including some folks who took me on a couple tours, were singled out, despite the fact that the population group comprises a quarter of the country. They were physically beaten at protests, accused of being foreign agitators trying to undermine competition against China, and generally blamed as the sole source of anti-Linus sentiment. When I began visiting Malaysia to learn about these dynamics, though, I quickly learned that Chinese protesters have been often more vocal than their ethnic Malay counterparts because they've been historically excluded from specific political parties, labor unions, and other formal associations, where many of their ethnic Malay neighbors have been subject to organized intimidation campaigns. And the reason I bring this up is because when we start to talk about how outreach works in North America, I think it's very important that we not treat a lack of protest as evidence of assent. Specifically in communities where there are long-standing tensions, like, for instance, Idaho. In other words, ethnic Chinese citizens of Malaysia, people who've lived there their entire lives, who've lived there for, in some cases, 4, 5, 6 generations, they're already marginalized from the kinds of community institutions recognized by the Linus Corporation's outreach efforts. So they have less to lose by speaking their minds. Now, the back and forth of the Linus plant has been extremely complex, particularly after the UMNO party effectively retook power through a coalition government in 2020. And the kinds of risks associated with the facility, the long-term low-dose radiation, open-air storage, improperly constructed containment architecture, et cetera, these are very, very, very different from the kinds of risks that were associated with the earlier Bukit Merah site, where the radioactivity of the feedstocks was much, much higher and environmental safeguards were almost non-existent. So I'm not at all trying to draw a direct comparison. But the kinds of baseline studies, inspections, and monitoring work required to meaningfully assess these kinds of subtler risks is complex, right? And the fact that local residents, some of whom have been, like I said, beaten by police simply for attending public protests, the fact that these folks firmly believe that federal agencies will simply subvert any of these studies in order to keep the site open, this put Malaysian researchers conducting any kind of community outreach around Gebeng in an extremely difficult spot. So chemists and other scientists at the nearby University of Malaysia Pahang, many of whom were funded by grants from Linus, they also brought up the Bukit Merah tragedy with me when I met with them earlier this year for interviews and ethnographic fieldwork. In part, these folks wanted to remind me that the uranium and thorium content in Linus's ore was far lower than at the former Mitsubishi plant. There's a lot of technical documentation asserting this. But they also cited this earlier tragedy to underscore how badly Malaysia needs resources to support its own scientists and scientific institutions, and how challenging it is to cultivate trust in any of these institutions when affected residents had so many reasons to be skeptical of any kind of corporate or government outreach, considering how often their criticisms had been met with physical violence. So an explicitly racialized political landscape and institutional environment like Malaysia, it might not seem like a valid comparison for community engagement scenarios around critical minerals work in the US. I mean, I could counter that by pointing out that anything related to Linus is going to be increasingly relevant to social dynamics within the US in the years ahead, now that the company is, as was alluded to earlier, constructing a new separations plant in Texas, partly to increase its leverage with the Malaysian government. But more to the point, all the situations I've described highlight the fact that in any setting where critical minerals work might take place, there needs to be a socially durable belief that systemic change is even possible in order for the promises and assurances associated with these projects to be received in good faith. A first step towards fostering this belief involves recognizing and taking responsibility for the sources of the skepticism that undermines this belief, which includes disingenuous and selective invocations of community. At its absolute worst, the use of this kind of language can be genuinely dangerous because it can help create settings in which simply questioning a proposed project can easily be equated with asocial attitudes, a lack of patriotism, or even deliberate subversion. And believe it or not, this is actually something that I've been observing in Idaho. A number of people that I've spoken with in this town of Salmon have said that, the companies that are operating here, frankly, like their outreach efforts have been quite exemplary. But given the tenor of other kinds of political conversations happening around town, considering development on public lands, people who voice criticisms have been threatened, in a couple cases physically attacked, not in relation to these issues, but in relation to others. So folks who are trying to express anxieties about the sheer density of developments happening here, including in-migration from people who are now working remotely and people who are moving to the region for other reasons, with all these other kinds of developmental pressures, they see mining as a kind of hot button issue that could potentially lead to attacks that are motivated through sheerly ideological reasons, right? And so the question that I'm asking is, to what degree do government and corporate institutions need to take responsibility for the general tenor of political discussions in these kinds of towns writ large, right? So more typically, this language of community, like it generates problems by inviting questions that can't be easily answered. Who counts, right? Who should be considered part of a community? What time frame do we use to draw boundaries? Present residents, future arrivals? Does it include people who left in pursuit of other opportunities or because their frustrations with the local political climate, like I'm mentioning in Idaho? I mean, how on earth can anybody involved in critical minerals work register all of these different individuals and their trajectories unless they're paid to just go around and interview people one at a time, like I am? Alternatively, like how should the people organizing these initiatives deal with local elites, including individuals and institutions who are already actively leveraging the language of community towards their own commercial goals and who already benefit from the status quo? So let's zoom out and consider how current patterns of interaction affect public engagement with critical minerals projects more broadly. The kinds of messaging and relationship building that happens under the banner of outreach, it includes both formal and informal processes. It includes geologists having conversations in grocery stores, right? And for the past several decades in the United States, these processes really have been dominated by corporate efforts rather than government organized ones, which is one of the reasons that I see these listening sessions as being like a really hopeful change. That means that the people who participate in these processes now are much more likely to have experiences and associations with corporate programs and their related disappointments in many cases. It also means that new government-run outreach processes like this very listening session, they're going to have to some degree, take responsibility for these other programs if they want to understand their social legacies, if they want to understand how they impact day-to-day conversations, right? So ultimately, I'm trying to highlight the long-term consequences of perpetually promising systemic change in order to achieve short-term goals. When hundreds of new rare earths prospects began to be explored around the world in 2010, the companies involved promised to develop advanced processing expertise and to establish vertically integrated domestic supply chains. Hardly any of the companies that were involved, though, they really had any concrete plans for how to do this because they were too busy racing to get the rocks out of the ground while the market was hot. And because, again, the expertise really hadn't existed in the US for more than a decade at that point after the Mountain Pass mine had shut down. Many of these hopeful promises were rooted in assumptions that hydrometallurgical processes and other refining techniques developed in North America, they would have to be more efficient and less environmentally harmful than processes that might be developed elsewhere, including the in situ processing already occurring at the Bayan Obo mines in China that we might be hearing a little bit more about later today. But often these kinds of promises are articulated by exploration companies as ambitious plans for things like environmental monitoring throughout the lifetime of a mine, funding for extensive remediation work post-closure, and sometimes even support for the development of local scientific institutions that could train people to conduct hydrological studies and ecological research. And some companies have followed through with this, and that's excellent and exemplary. But very often, because this is the model, companies have to make this promise even when they don't yet necessarily have the resources to follow through. And again, this is exactly the kind of thing that my interlocutors in Malaysia at University of Malaysia Pahang, this is what they're working to establish, even though they're keenly aware that for the time being, at least, their work is not seen by many of their neighbors in inclusive or even positive terms. They're seen as being tainted, which is what they told me. In other words, what I'm trying to underscore is just how challenging it is to articulate an inclusive vision of a holistic economy for critical materials that actually accounts for historic sources of alienation. For nearly all of the people I've talked to in Canada, the US, and Malaysia, this difficult work of articulating a more accountable vision is also further overdetermined by the urgencies of market-based competition. This is just a list of some of the exploration companies that were competing in British Columbia back in the early 2010s. One potential way to slow this down a bit and to think about community and the dynamic terms that more accurately reflect the experiences of people affected by critical minerals work is to consider how individuals just actually receive the promises I've been talking about and how they navigate complex hypotheticals in their everyday lives. If this mineral prospect or technology becomes financially viable, it will create these new pressures and demands, which might change our lives in these ways, etc. If this old mine is reopened, then this road will be recommissioned, this watershed will experience these stresses, and this town's housing supply will be strained even further. Right? If this line of research continues to receive federal attention, then I can continue to build my career here and I can recruit students and think about how my kids will build lives here, et cetera, et cetera. Like these are very quotidian chains of thought, right? And at each of these junctures, individuals have to make lots of decisions about what kinds of people they can trust and what kinds of assurances they can plan their lives around. This is difficult to discern when you're just reading the headlines. What matters in these moments is rarely the singularity of a technological vision, but rather the persistence of social engagement and the capacity to maintain this engagement amidst change, internal tensions, and diverse individual trajectories, the very things that the competitive organization of so many critical mineral business plans and research initiatives consistently undermine. So the kinds of collaborative initiatives that have proliferated throughout the rare earths world, in many ways, they're still about making social bonds flexible while maintaining a coherent and inspiring conceptual outlook. And no matter how new outreach measures proceed, this divergence is going to have to be taken into account. So I want to thank the NSF for providing the funding for this research, and also the Asia Research Institute at National University of Singapore, which has helped me with some of the Malaysia stuff. But thank you for that, and I'd be happy to take some questions.
Great, thank you so much, Tom. As he said, happy to take some questions, and then afterwards we'll move into our break. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand if you're in the room, or type it into the chat if you're online. And it looks like the group may be letting you off easy there, Tom.
I mean, I think I'm invading coffee time, and I'm very self-conscious about that.
We've got one. Just give me 1 second here.
Okay.
Thanks for your presentation, Tom. This is Monica Zuzzi, and I won't let you off easy. I want to make sure we ask some questions. So one of the things we've been hearing is that communities are fatigued from being asked the same questions over and over, but we also want to make sure they have opportunity to engage and make, but then there's also, your point of not wanting to make promises we can't fulfill, and other models of how to balance these two things. We want to be sure we're involving communities in decisions, understanding their concerns without setting expectations that can't be fulfilled. So kind of curious if there's models for that kind of engagement.
Frankly, there aren't. I mean, I think one of the things that's made it challenging for the past 40 years is that the exploration sector is so disaggregated. So instead of having a handful of big companies that have research divisions that can approach research throughout a region in a kind of targeted way, you have dozens of different companies that are kind of competing for attention. And I think that the kind of engagement fatigue that happens in a lot of these places, frankly, a lot more in Canada, because there are the systems of kind of securing community impact benefit agreements are a lot more kind of robustly defined than they are in the United States. Means that there's even more outreach efforts up there than there are down here. I think you have a lot of communities who have been hearing this kind of mantra, like engage early, engage often, and frankly it's a double-edged sword, because like if you wait, then it could be too late, right? But if you're engaging early and often, then you could simply be an annoyance. And I think that this is something that individual companies have very little control over, because if you want to be doing your job well within the constraints that are provided to you, you do have to do a lot of stuff. You can't just sit and wait for people to come to you. But because of the fact that, as Dr. Egert referred to, there isn't as much kind of centralized direction from the federal government in terms of organizing a lot of this work, it's still going to be this kind of like wholesale barrage in places that are of interest. So there simply isn't an easy answer for developers there. I think that hiring people who can do I mean, I don't want to make a pitch for ethnography because it sounds like I'm looking for a job, but people who can do ethnographic and historical work that just understand the social context of a town and can anticipate questions better rather than just coming with the same kind of barrage of pitches and questionnaires. I think that's one step to do it, because you can kind of separate out the different parts of engagement so that you're kind of not showing up blank. But even that, I mean, I still feel like there needs to be a kind of more organized approach. But thank you very much for the question. I appreciate it. Let's see, and it's just to quickly answer Warren Day's question. I don't yet have any publications on my work in Idaho. I really just started this project. I was working in British Columbia for a decade, and then I've begun working here like really just a couple months ago. But hoping to generate some of those fairly quickly. And let's see. Alex, I know you're pressed for time. Do you want me to respond to anything else in the chat, or should I kind of try to take some of that offline?
If you can respond quickly to some of those other questions, that'd be great. And then we have one more in the room, and then we'll move into our break.
Great. So in response to Ted Lister's question, good to see you again, Ted. People absolutely bring up the Blackbird's mine. There's a number of people who live in town, including the current mayor of Salmon, who used to live out there. This is a historic cobalt mine that was shut down several decades ago and is now a Superfund site. And they bring it up partly like if they're a proponent of the new mine, they bring it up to emphasize that the Blackbird mine is very different, it's very far away. If they're a bit more skeptical, they bring it up to say, like, look at how all these different kinds of environmental issues were difficult to predict. But everyone brings it up to say that, you know, there's not just going to be one mine up there. Like the mine that's currently like just about to go into production is one of like what will probably be several over the next few decades. And so, you know, this company is taking a pretty good approach, but to some degree, people are thinking, you know, like the next company that comes along, like, what are they going to be like, right? So it's kind of just used as a narrative device to say that these things turn out to be more complicated than people expect. So thanks, Ted. That's a great question. A real world example like Polymet in Minnesota. Yeah, the Polymet situation is really interesting. Headwind from regulators is, it's difficult to separate that out because I mean, as Rod said, you know, the question of permitting comes up constantly. I do think that something about the timing of it, there isn't necessarily like a specific facet of it that like I, in my humble capacity as an anthropologist, would advocate for changing. And I also think that one of the reasons that rare earth projects have not been super controversial yet is because, at least among people who might conventionally be critics of resource development projects, is because there hasn't been a kind of exceptional process yet set up, like a fast lane for development or whatever, that could be seen as a route towards exploitation. But I do think that the fact that promotion happens or outreach happens so early is itself a problem. And I guess to some degree, I'm just agreeing with what you're saying, but also saying that there isn't an easy answer. Let's see, how can the US government help more to bridge with the communities and industry to help introduce new projects? Regulate the exploration sector. I mean, like incentivize exploration companies and mining companies coming back together. There is the new rare earths drilling project that's about to happen next week is being undertaken by a company that actually owns and operates a mine and a mill elsewhere in the state. So like they're working here because they're in Idaho. And I mean, that's a nice sounding pitch, but like with these folks, I actually believe it. And they understand on a kind of acute level how, like, what it means for exploration companies to be coming in all the time and kind of changing their names and reorganizing. Again, like that situation is extremely rare, where a company like is actually part of a supply chain. Like one of the things that I think is very problematic about this language of supply chains is that we think about it as an integrated thing, but it's really up to individuals to secure those links, right? So a supply chain in the 1950s, when critical minerals language first came about, had far fewer institutional links and far fewer sources of vulnerability for individuals and for companies. Whereas now a supply chain is something that is inherently extremely flexible and sends vulnerability in lots of different directions. So I think until we start rethinking what it means to have a supply chain and taking responsibility for different facets of a process, we're going to keep having these problems. But thank you for these questions. should I keep going, or should I let you guys get coffee?
We'll
Dr.
do
Thomas, I can
last
respond to you over email. What do you think explains the main reasons in their community response? Why do they embrace? Let's see. Oh, I can't quite read this. Okay. Why do we embrace oil and gas but not mining? I mean, have you been to Colorado? People do not embrace oil and gas there at all. Or on the Wind River Reservation next to where I grew up in Wyoming, gas development is extremely controversial. I'd say in many cases, mining is less controversial than gas development. But again, I think to some degree, Bert's asking like the central question of my talk, which is like, what accounts for the heterogeneity? And it's bad experiences that might not necessarily be automatically apparent to people who are just showing up and hosting the barbecues and sending out flyers and trying to like, you know, get people to attend town halls. Like the kinds of conversations that cause the way in which knowledge of the Blackbird site circulates in salmon, as Dr. Lister mentioned in his question, that's pretty idiosyncratic, right? And you would find similar kinds of conversational circuitry in places near historic mines that became Superfund sites, like in Colorado, right? Whereas if a place was a bit more not mining naive, or if they had had like a more positive experience, like frankly in Powder River Basin, which I think is as Jessica Smith writes in her work, has been a pretty positive experience for a lot of people living up there, then they're going to have different attitudes. But like finding those idiosyncrasies takes work. But thank you very much for the questions. I really appreciate it. And I'm very sorry for delaying your break.
And we have one more
okay.
for you in the room, and then we'll move into the break.
So, hi, Tom. I'm Priscilla Nelson from the Colorado School of Mines, and we're working on some convergence research. One of the problems that we run into, I think, is whether it's bad science or misheard science or intentionally misused science. The basic sense of once you've engaged people, being able to make sure or have a platform for information vetting, some way for people to have a trusted source.
Right.
It seems that there's not that kind of a platform or mechanism.
Right.
Do we need to do something intentionally about that?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of good science about vaccines, huh? And somehow that's not sinking in. I mean, I think this is absolutely true. I think if like a centralized repository that had a seemingly neutral arbiter was set up to help people evaluate things like cumulative impacts on, say, like waste streams, water flow, like whatever. That's the kind of stuff that some of the folks that I work with in British Columbia set up. Getting people to see that as something other than a kind of conservationist agenda, or as something other than a kind of, you know, long-term kind of gray area sales pitch by a prospective developer. That depends a lot more on the general current of conversation, like political conversations within a town or potentially affected region, than it does on the content or the form of the knowledge being delivered. Like that's not the sort of thing at this stage in the United States, I don't think that's the sort of thing that we can figure out simply through, or not even simply through like governance agreements and that sort of thing, just because of the fact that especially resource communities in Idaho are so intensely polarized. People are going to want to trust data that supports whatever strategy that they're approaching. You know, we've developed very good strategies for ignoring or becoming very mistrustful of everything else. I mean, I think there are a lot of things that developers and government institutions can do that can make it worse. But in terms of creating trustworthy repository, kind of centralized clearinghouses for scientific information and encouraging people to actually engage with these repositories in good faith is the $1 trillion question. And I've looked at it in the context of forestry in British Columbia. I've looked at it around pipelines in British Columbia, and I'm looking at it around development projects here. And you can the breadth of ways that people respond to these kinds of pitches is incredible, because a lot of it just comes down to like the kind of baggage that they're taking to their engagement.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the question. I wish I had something more hopeful to say.
No, I just think that it needs to be addressed more thoroughly,
Yeah.
because there's science that's being not done or being misdone or
Yeah.
misinterpreted. And And if we have untrusted science, we're in trouble.
Big trouble. Yeah, I completely agree. And it's, yeah, it takes a certain degree of hope in order to devote oneself to that work. So I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Tom. If we could give Tom another round of applause. We're going to move into the break now. We will keep it at 10 minutes. So we'll plan to be back here at 10:55 Mountain Time. All right. Next up to discuss DOE's critical materials overview and kind of the thought process and reasoning behind these workshops and listening sessions. We have Dr. Grant Brumall, Acting Director of the Mineral Sustainability Division at DOE's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management.
All right, thanks a lot, Alex, and thanks everyone for coming here today and for showing up online. And I'm going to this is an outline of what I'm going to go through today, beginning with a bit of a background on you've heard, I think, from Professor Eggert, an excellent summary of what critical minerals are. I'm not going to rehash that, but I'm going to talk a little bit about the background that we've had within the Department of Energy and the federal government and definitions that we've had there, as well as our strategy within DOE for being able to apply our R&D funds for critical minerals research. Talk about our portfolio as it stands now and how we're looking to move it into the future, and then lead into the rest of the program for today in terms of the breakout sessions, where we really, the purpose, as has been mentioned before by Assistant Secretary Crabtree, is to learn from everyone here about what you think, how you think we can best move forward in this over the course of the next several years. So this has already been, talked about to some extent. As everyone knows, I think, we're back in the Paris Climate Agreement. We're moving forward towards clean energy goals into the near future, trying to get 50% reduction in terms of greenhouse gas emissions by 2035, net zero emissions in the, I think by 2030, and net zero emissions in the economy wide by 2050. And so the IEA has put together these graphs that you see here. They've been alluded to before. 400 to 600% increase in overall critical minerals, and for specific minerals, the expectation is that that's going to grow a lot more. Lithium, factor of 40 times, graphite 25 times, rare earth elements 7 times what we're using today. And we're already starting from a place where, the supply chains are not, I would say, necessarily resilient. And so if you look at the figure here in the bottom left, this is for neodymium iron boron magnets, but it's not that dissimilar for a number of other critical minerals out there as well. And the concentric circles, if you can't read it, are for different steps in the supply chain: mining, separations, refining, and manufacturing, as you go from the inside to the outside. And you can see that in the upstream to midstream, in really all the way through, but it's dominated by one, maybe up to 3 countries. And And again, this changes a little bit on a mineral by mineral basis, but our lack, almost entire lack of midstream capabilities for a number of these minerals is something that's really holding us back from having resilient supply chains. And so we need to enhance our upstream, we need to enhance our downstream, but we need to really jumpstart the midstream in all of these areas. And that's something that we have, we've understood for a little while now, and we're trying to figure out how do we help fix that. So going back to that definition of the critical mineral, again, I'm not going to rehash that, but as with so many other things, the U.S. government does take a shot at defining what these things, and this is how a critical material was defined in the Energy Act of 2020, and this is for energy related critical materials. The Congress gave it to the Department of Energy to identify materials that have a high risk of supply chain disruptions and materials that serve an essential function in one or more energy technologies. And so then this builds off of what you've heard about critical minerals that was given to the U.S. Geologic Survey. They have a whole process where they have identified a critical materials list. That's the one that Professor Eggert showed earlier today. That's a very large list. In some ways, we're adding to that to identify what's important for what materials are critical for energy in the future. One other thing I think important to distinguish between how we're thinking about this in the Department of Energy versus what the USGS has done is the USGS is focusing on what is the situation right now. And the energy is also looking at energy needs in the future as well. So it's a dynamic consideration there. So the Department of Energy has developed its first strategy for critical minerals and materials back in 2010. As has been mentioned before, that's when all of this was really brought to the forefront. But this has evolved over time because the situation in the world, in the country and in the world has evolved over time. And our vision now to support the clean energy transition goals is to develop resilient, diverse, sustainable, and secure domestic supply chains for critical minerals. We can, again, I really enjoyed the discussion about what does resilient mean, and there's a lot that goes into that. And so, hopefully we can get a little bit more today to talking about how we can help improve the resiliency of what's going on in our supply chains. One thing that I want to emphasize is that this is not something that one organization, one department, one agency, even probably one government, can do alone. We're working together in DOE across the federal government and with some international organizations to help define and implement the strategy that we have. It's also important to understand that each of the main materials that we're looking at is different and has a different set of supply chains. And so we have a mineral by mineral approach that we're taking. As I go, I don't know if I can you, I guess you can you see the cursor there. So I want to just go into a little bit of detail about what our strategy is. And the first pillar, within this strategy, if I can get it, is diversifying supply and balanced co-production. There's a lot in that. It's about with all of these minerals, we need to improve where our supply comes from. We're looking at conventional sources and enhance and bringing more of those online. We're looking at unconventional sources and what can we use from those, and that could be waste materials or other secondary sources. And in all of this, we're trying to, as we consider balanced co-production, we're trying to consider how do we minimize the waste associated with that, and take because regardless of where you get these minerals from, for most of the critical minerals, they're a tiny fraction of the entire body of material that you're digging out of the ground or you're taking. And so how can you either find a use for all the rest of the stuff that you bring out to minimize your waste, or how can you get out the most important parts and leave the rest, where it came from. We're also looking at developing substitutes. Those could be in the forms of individual material substitutes, or in terms of changing components so that we reduce generally the need for critical materials in the manufacturing sector. We're looking, a key part of the strategy is also improving efficiency across the material processing and manufacturing stages, so that we can have a reduced energy, improved cost and effectiveness and efficiency really across all the stages. And then a circular economy. This is looking at all kinds of reuse, reduce, recycle, all of the approaches that you can take in order to maximize the materials that you have. And at the end use, I mean, for example, in lead batteries right now, we're recycling upwards of 90% of the lead batteries that we use. Can we get to that point for the other types of batteries that we're developing today for these systems? And then a number of additional enabling activities, including education and workforce development, standards, working on standards, and similar things to that. As I mentioned, DOE is not doing this alone. We're working with several other agencies. DOE's primary role is in R&D and research and development and demonstration. And so we focus on that part, but we also do, and it's important to understand, we don't have a regulatory authority here in any of this, but we do partner with a number of other agencies who are working on those kinds of authorities. And for example, we had a leading role in the developing the national blueprint for lithium batteries, for the federal strategy on critical minerals. And so we work with those other organizations on implementing that. We're also working right now very closely with the USGS on mining reform, and with other organizations on development of standards. Now, as I mentioned before, this is a dynamic work that we're doing. Things are changing over time. Back in February, DOE released a series of reports in a capstone report on securing the supply chains for an energy transition. If you missed this at the time, it's understandable. It came out on February 24th. I think that was the same day that the war in Ukraine, officially got started. So, but there's a lot of work that went into these reports, and the focus is on identifying what are going to be the future needs, what are going to be the potential shortages, what research needs to be done in order to strengthen our supply chains for the future. We're working with the Department of Defense, for example, with the Defense Production Act in terms of stockpiling materials for the clean energy economy, and we're working to promote supply chain transparency and ways to be able to trace where the materials come from so that they're responsibly or sustainably resourced. Of course, as we go through all of the work that we do, this is having an impact on real people, and the goals of this administration. We have 3 significant programs that are targeted to help in that. Our Justice 40 initiative is working to help ensure that a significant percentage, 40% of the work that we do is helping the lives and improving the economies and the environment for disadvantaged communities. Environmental justice is to focus on ensuring that we treat all the people that we work with fair and respectfully. And energy justice is to ensure that we have equity of energy availability for the wide variety of folks within the country, and to help as we go through these transitions. So many people are being impacted either in jobs or in the environment or in other way, or ensuring they have energy. How do we do that in a way that's fair and everyone sees the advantages and what things are being impacted negatively, how we can minimize those negative impacts. So DOE itself has a wide span of activity. So if I go back, if you think back to those pillars that I talked about, this really represents a robust and diverse set of R&D spanning from basic science through applied science, through demonstration, deployment, and commercialization. And so we focus on all across those scales. And I'll talk about a couple of these. You know, we've been doing basic R&D in critical minerals for more than 20 years. We have, but the bulk of our research is really in applied R&D. So our geothermal lithium extraction prize, for example, has been focused on getting lithium from geothermal brines, and this is something that has, you know, where we've seen that there are significant lithium resources out there in the geothermal space. We're looking now to see if this can be applied to other produced water spaces. A crown jewel of the work that we've done is the Critical Materials Institute, and the work that's been going on in there in terms of improving processing technologies and advancing technologies for extracting and refining rare earth elements. Our Core CM initiative that Assistant Secretary Crabtree mentioned is a great example of a public-private partnership where we're trying to understand better the resources from some of these unconventional locations, feedstocks that are across in regions across the country that we can use and help establish regional centers or the pillars for new supply chains in the domestic economy. And then all the way to our loan programs office, which is involved in financing commercial activities. And so if when there are some of these technologies that we've been helping people work through in the lower TRL stages, I forget who it was that showed that figure. I think it was Professor Eggert who showed that figure of the sort of the transition from R&D to commercialization. If we can help get those companies, those technologies across that well, some people call it the valley of death, then that's really something that we'd like to help with. And we have a whole suite of work going on to help with that. And one example, and this of course demonstrates how important it is that we work with the people out in the field, is the Lithium Battery Workforce Initiative. We have a number of these where we're looking to help engage with individuals or organizations to build the workforce, because this is something that we've really lost in the US. 40 years ago, we did have some mining and processing skills in the United. We had a much more robust than we do now, and that's those have gone away, and we need to bring them back. And so this is one example, a great example of an initiative that has 5 pilot training programs across the country. It's partnership between industry and labor to help build the workforce that's going to be needed to make this happen in the next decade. Additionally, we have the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. So this is, obviously everyone is familiar with that. This is a huge injection of opportunity for us to build things, and there are a variety of different projects. I'm just going to touch on a couple of these, but there are links when you get the slides. Click on all these links if you're looking for more information about what's in any of these. But our battery material processing, there's $3 billion in that, $3 billion in battery manufacturing. That's with a B. That's really going to help, I think, in standing up some more robust supply chain, or maybe supply network is a better word to use for what we need. In our rare earth element demonstration facility, we had an RFI on that, and have taken notes from that and are moving that forward. And that's to produce from unconventional sources, acid mine drainage, mine waste, or similar materials, to extract the rare earth elements from that and to refine them into metals, all here in the US. And that'll be a first of a kind facility there. And then of course, what we're here for today in the critical materials RDD and D program. So now to kind of focus us on what it is that we have been doing in DOE across those pillars that I talked about, and then across the TRL level from basic science to commercialization. We have 6 different program offices, a little over $200 million in FY21 that we spent there. Our budget request for FY23 is to almost double that to 400 million. So we're looking to put a significant investment in that and to increase that investment. And of course, we have the Energy Act of 2020 and the infrastructure law that has put the infrastructure law 600 million for the critical materials innovation, efficiency, and alternatives provision, and 75 million for the critical material supply chain research facility. That's again what our primary focus of the discussions today, but we're interested in hearing comments on anything that we've talked about. That's going to augment what's in our base program, and as it moves forward, and basically we're looking at a 3-time increase from what we did back in 2021, moving forward. And so we want to use this in the best way possible to really make a difference, bringing all those efforts together in a coordinated way. And so we're integrating. We have to, legally, we have to keep infrastructure law and base funding things somewhat separate in terms of dollars, but our goal is to create opportunities and advancements in this space that are really going to make a difference, bringing all of these together. I talked a little bit, so as we're focused, so now as I move forward in this, we're focusing a little bit more on some of our thinking on how we want to move this forward, and really want to get your inputs on what makes sense here and what doesn't make sense, and what you would add to that. And so, the comment was made before that we went in the periodic table from 83 down to 55 when the critical materials list is put out. We've now got what we're calling the dynamic dozen of minerals for clean energy uses in rare earths, including neodymium, praseodymium, and dysprosium for magnets. that are necessary for wind turbines or for electric vehicles. In the battery space, of course, there's lithium, cobalt, nickel, and graphite for energy storage. In the fuel cell and hydrogen areas, there's iridium and platinum, gallium for semiconductors, and germanium for microchips. So these are some of the key critical minerals that we're looking at to apply the funds that we have in this infrastructure law funding as we move forward. So this is really a straw man. Again, we're putting this out there for comments and constructive criticism or support. The thought is that when it comes to this $675 million, the focus in terms of material by material, a significant portion of that is going to be focused on rare earth elements and magnets associated with electric vehicles and wind turbines. There's going to be a smaller proportion for battery critical minerals, similar proportion, a little bit larger for semiconductor critical minerals, and then a portion for platinum group. So we have a broad set of minerals, but we have that distributed in a certain way based on what we think based on the way we think it's important to move forward. And then we're looking at the applied R&D space through the small pilot, in some cases to the larger demo space, and how we can apply these. And before you say, wait, you're only putting about 10% or so of this towards batteries. Isn't batteries one of the most important things we need to work on? I'll throw this figure up for you so you can understand we're not doing this in a vacuum. We're doing this as part of all the other things that are going on within the department, including the infrastructure law spending. So we have some work going on already in rare earth elements, from getting critical materials from coal, getting the rare earth element demonstration facility that I mentioned before. There is more than $6 billion in battery critical minerals that is in the grants programs there. And then there's the CHIPS Act for the semiconductors, and the hydrogen manufacturing and recycling funding that's in the platinum group metals. So we're doing that in the background and context of all those other things that are happening. So I'm coming to a close, almost done here, and getting ready to turn things over to you guys to hear what your thoughts and comments are. A couple of things that are supposed to come out of these two provisions in the infrastructure law are a critical materials consortium. So this is an entity for collaborative, multidisciplinary R&D and D to support the critical materials research program that we have. And the goal is for this to really be a public-private partnership. Almost everything that we do in the Department of Energy is in some way a public-private partnership. And we're looking for this to be one like that as well, where we're bringing together industry, national laboratories, academic institutions, and government, together to be a part of that consortium. And then the supply chain research facility is really providing a research platform to help enable critical materials research across the supply chain. So our goals for this R&D for the critical minerals, and I wish I could move this. If I could move this off the screen so you can kind of see that. Our goals are to create really an innovation ecosystem to advance cost-effective and environmentally responsible material processing, manufacturing, and recovery in particular from domestic sources. We need to contribute to the near-term acceleration of technology application into the commercialization space. So we're looking to do that. And we're looking to advance the next generation of technologies to meet that mid to long-term needs of the clean energy industrial base. And we expect this to evolve as we learn more and more and as the situation in the world changes. When the Infrastructure Act was passed, for example, maybe some people knew that there was a war coming on, but I think most people did not expect that to be something that was going to happen. And that's changed the circumstances for critical minerals already in a significant way. So we will continue within this to support cross-cutting analysis and modeling work to help us understand how best to move forward as well. Just gonna, I gotta click back. There we go. And so this is my last slide. Today we are in listening mode. We want to hear what you have to say. We want to hear your ideas and your concerns about what we've talked about. We have 3 breakout sessions that are coming up, and I think Alex is going to tell us where we're going to go in those breakout sessions, both in the room and online. The first breakout session is to hear what you think are the most important research priorities that the critical materials R&D and D program in DOE should be focused on. What do you agree with some of the things that I've talked about today and that you've heard today? What do you think is different? What do you think should be different? What do you think is important? That's the first breakout session. The second one is to get your thoughts on how we can best implement the standing up of a critical materials consortium. And the third one is focused on the implementation of that critical materials supply chain research facility and how we can make that to be most effective use of the public's dollars. It's important to understand that today and the other 2 of these listening sessions, that's not the only ways that you can contribute to what it is that we're doing here. We have an RFI that's coming out, should be out around the end of this month, that you can also reply to and that we'll take into consideration as we build these programs. So with that, I thank you very much. And if you have any questions, be happy to answer.
Thank you, Grant. We did have some questions online, kind of boiling them down with regards to copper and boron, and really other critical minerals and materials. What are the prospects for those being added to the materials list? Why were they left off? Will there be opportunities to be, I guess, more responsive to market dynamics when updating that list? Yeah,
no, it's a great question. So I think what you'll see, especially in copper, Professor Eggert talked a lot about that earlier. I think it's the reason why it's not on the critical minerals list is because of, right now, at least there is some resilience in the supply chain in terms of multiple domestic sources and significant domestic resource that's being used now. But it's a good point that we're going to need a lot more of that as we transition more into more and more electric needs. So far, it hasn't gotten to the point where our analyses have showed that it should be on the material list, but it's one of the reasons why we're here listening to everyone to see if we should be reconsidering that.
Great, thank you. And then there was another question. Pull up here, so I'm going to give the audience here the opportunity to raise their hands.
Hi, Alex Benson, Marketing Technologies. You had as a small kind of mention on one of the slides about next generation mining or something like that. What kind of efforts or what are you guys looking for kind of in that realm? Because I know there's a lot of talk about the processing and things like that, but we also need the resource to be able to do that processing local or domestic.
Yeah, no, great question. And you know that is a big part of some of the things that we're doing. So here's a couple of examples of some of the work that's going on. You know, we're looking at ways to extract the minerals, you know, maybe without doing as much physical extraction of the resource. So, for example, drilling and wells deep in the subsurface and extracting the critical minerals out of the rock through leaching in ways that we can do that are safe and effective. You know, there's also like phytomining and some other technologies that are looking at different kinds of chemistry that use a less acid or use and there are other people in the room who can tell you more detail on some of these things than I can. You know, but use biological agents or other methods to get the materials out. We're also looking at you know, something that we've seen that industry is starting to look at more closely now is that in a lot of the mined materials that we have now, there's a bunch of waste that gets thrown away, but in that waste there ends up being rare earths or some other critical minerals. So you know, maybe with copper mining that we do now, there might be scandium that we haven't been extracting, but maybe that's something that we can extract from those materials. And so, but we're also going back and looking at old waste materials and something that Assistant Secretary Crabtree mentioned. Can we go back in and mine the ash ponds or impoundments from coal power plants or the gob piles from coal mining and get the critical minerals out of those, and at the same time, you know, clean up and reclaim the land or the water associated with those locations. So hopefully that helps.
Thanks, Grant. We'll go for another minute here. Will these programs be integrated into or commingled with SBIR?
So it's a great question. The SBIR, you know, it's a different mechanism. It's one of the mechanisms that we use to interact with small businesses. And so as we develop this overall program, we're definitely looking at how we can use the SBIR resources that we have to work to, you know, help transfer technology into the workplace. So there will be some, I expect there will be some, you know, links with SBIR and the infrastructure funds that we're getting. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Grant. In the interest of time, we're gonna cut off the Q&A and move on to a breakout session portion, our first breakout sessions. So if you could all join me in giving Grant a round of applause. So with the breakouts, we're gonna have two breakout groups here in person. Half of you are gonna stay in this room. The other half are gonna go next door. We have some wonderful facilitators from Battelle. So if you could just raise your hands real quick, I believe it's Aubrey and Amber who will be in this room and the room next door. And then Devin will be one of our facilitators for online. Stuart Skopek will be a facilitator for online. And Jorge Barrios will be our third facilitator. So for those of you who are online, I am going to open up the breakout rooms right this moment, and you should be automatically assigned to one of them. So I'm opening the breakout rooms. A message should pop up for you to join that breakout. So I ask that you do that, and then just give a moment or two for your facilitators to join. Jorge will be in room 2, and Stuart will be in room 3, and then we'll have Devin moderating in room 1. In the meantime, for those of you who are here in the room, Amber and Aubrey, can I just ask you to kind of split the group up into 2, and I guess Amber, if you want to go over there, and then Aubrey, you can be in here, and then we'll get started, and we'll plan to return at 12:30 for lunch.
For the room to fill up a little bit more, people are still trickling in, but due to our time constraints, we're going to go ahead and move forward with our next speaker. To give an industry perspective on sustainable critical materials development, we have Jim Sims, Chief Communication Officer from Neocore Development Limited.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good to see everybody. Thanks for having us here today. In the early to mid 70s, the state of Nebraska, coupled with the University of Nebraska in Lincoln, launched an initiative that was designed to try to find ways of diversifying the economy of Nebraska. So part of that initiative involved taking a sensor array, gravimetric and magnetic sensor array, and towing that by air across the entire state of Nebraska. The result of that analysis showed a titanic magnetic bullseye in the southeastern part of the state. Without that work led by the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, we might not be here today, or certainly not at this point today, to develop that deposit. That deposit turned into what is now known as the Elk Creek carbonatite. It is a very large underground carbonatite structure. Many of you here today understand enough about geology to know that carbonatites are typically associated with high concentrations of unusual and oftentimes critical minerals, and they're usually quite large. We have one of those in the state of Nebraska, and we'll talk about that today. So because Neocore is a publicly traded company, I have to show our cautionary notes and our technical disclosures, which you can see on the screen. So what I want to do is give a high-level overview of this critical minerals project called the Elk Creek Critical Minerals Project. And while I do that, though, I want to try as best I can to address a few questions more on the policy side that are, I would say, continuously under discussion by elected officials, by government leaders, and those in industry as well. And these are questions that we in the mining and mineral development industry, in my opinion, need to hit head on and help answer these to the satisfaction of society and government, because again, mining projects don't go forward without a social license, all right? So first of all, the first question may be evident to many of us in this event, and that is, can the US transition to a new energy economy without significantly increasing mining in the US? All right. Number two, can new mining projects in the US be designed in a way that truly minimizes environmental impacts? 3, can a greenfield mine in the US result in negative net greenhouse gas emissions? And then 4, maybe the question of the conference, what can government do to help facilitate the attaining of all 3 of these policy outcomes? So let's look at the first question. As I said, a lot of us in this event might presume that the answer to the first question is, of course, if we're going to move to EVs and more renewables and more energy efficient motors and all of those things, more infrastructure that makes economic sense, we're going to need to do a heck of a lot more mining in the United States. But there are folks who have legitimate concerns about that. And there are folks who believe that because of our highly interconnected global economy, we could just continue to rely on imports and exports to achieve the amount of supplies of critical minerals that we need to go through this energy transition. So let's take a look at the numbers. Let's approach this question objectively. I think you can see, for example, on the graph on the left, electric vehicles, one technology that we want to move aggressively forward on, require much larger amounts of many different metals than their ICE or internal combustion engine counterparts. Metals such as graphite, copper, nickel, the rare earths, lithium, manganese, cobalt, and many others, frankly. If you then examine our current import reliance on these and other mostly metals, that's shown in the chart on the right. The elements that are noted on the left as important and necessary for the growth of the EV industry are shown in red. It's kind of hard to see it. I apologize for that on the right. The takeaway from this, though, is that virtually all of the elements that we know we're going to need a lot more of for electric vehicles and other, let's say, sustainably produced technologies, the US is largely dependent on imports. In many of these, toward the top half of this chart, we are 100% dependent on foreign nations for those imports. Most of us in this event know this. You've seen these charts before. This is not anything new. A lot of folks, I think, in society still don't understand this, because when we need something, it just kind of shows up, right? And we're able to go and produce what we need to produce. I think that's going to change pretty dramatically as we increase production of things like EVs. Now, there's several other strategic metals that are used in EVs, wind turbines, a lot of other technologies that we want to advance on. Niobium, for example, vanadium, there's a host of metals that aren't even on this list. And generally speaking, the majority of those, we are reliant on foreign nations for a majority of those imports. Some of them, again, niobium being one example, 100% reliance on foreign countries for that material. Scandium is also another metal. There's not a lot of scandium made today. Never has been a lot of scandium made in the world. It also is likely to play a very large role, increasing role in infrastructure and advanced transportation technologies. And again, that's something upon which the US relies 100% for imports on other nations. Now, if you take the data on what we import from what country and graph it, you see this. Many of you have seen this USGS map before. And so with the exception of our friends to the north, in Canada, and our friends and allies in the south, Australia, the majority of the nations on which we are reliant for a large number of materials are nations that are at a minimum intense economic competitors to the US. And in some cases, they are military competitors or adversaries. It's a sobering picture. I would note one takeaway that I always get when I see this chart, and it really came into focus about a month ago. In June, the leaders of the BRICS countries, that is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, had one of their first high-level conferences. It wasn't covered very much. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find coverage in the US of this event. There were a couple things that were announced at the conclusion of their meetings. One, not surprisingly, was an agreement to greatly intensify the trade relations between the BRICS countries, and in particular, natural resources, They talked a lot about oil and other things, but also critical materials. They didn't quite use those words. And number two, and this was enunciated by Mr. Putin, they were looking to move forward to create a new basket currency, a new global reserve currency, ostensibly to replace the US dollar. And that would be created based on a basket of those 5 nations' currencies. Now, if both of those outcomes are realized, greater trade relations and more interconnectivity between those nations on critical minerals, I think we're going to see some significant impacts to global supply chains and the global flow of critical minerals. Because after all, the driving policy objective behind the group and what they talked about in June was to increase their competitiveness, their economies vis-a-vis the West and vis-a-vis the US in particular. So this is an event that didn't get a lot of press, but it just goes to show that a global economy and global trade today that provides us currently with what we need in critical metals is not something we can necessarily count upon in the future for geopolitical factors at a minimum. Finally, one more takeaway on this question. The Biden administration has shown great leadership in enunciating what I would call stretch goals, but very important goals for the US in moving to a new energy economy. One of those is to have the US achieve 50% global market share in the production of electric vehicles by 2030, which for those of us in industry is like tomorrow. That is an inspiring goal. I'd be hard pressed if anyone in this room or on the broadcast today would not agree with that and want to see us get to that point, but it isn't going to be easy. And critical minerals is one of the primary reasons why. For example, if you look today, China is the world's #1 producer of electric vehicles by far. They have announced, not surprisingly, that they want to expand that production and look more and more toward export markets. It's what they're very good at. The US lags far behind China and the nations of Europe, that's particularly Germany. So if we in the US want to expand our manufacturing of EVs, and we continue to be reliant on China in particular for some of these critical minerals, rare earths in particular, you have to ask the question, from a competitive position, is it reasonable to assume that China is going to increasingly export to the US the critical minerals that they're using in their EVs so that our automotive manufacturers can increase our production and with the goal of displacing China as the world's leading producer of EVs? That's a hard argument to make. China has other built-in advantages. They have a lot of the minerals necessary under development in production for EVs and other technologies. We have the resources, virtually all of these. We're not making a whole lot. China also is advantaged by the fact that it has for decades now pursued a very integrated, coordinated industrial policy. Those are sometimes bad words. The fact is that integrated industrial policy has allowed them to get where they are today. In the case of EVs, the world's #1 producer of EVs. We don't have either of those two things. We're not producing right now what we need. We don't have an integrated industrial policy, whether you agree with that or not, it makes a difference. And so the point of this is, I don't know how you can make a rational argument that without a lot more mineral production, critical minerals, metals, mining, processing in the US, and the supply chains then that go all the way down to automotive OEMs, I don't know how we're going to get to where the President Biden wants us to get without a lot more mining. At least that's the argument that I would make. So Houston, we have a problem. We want to get to a place, and I think the American people support by large majorities the vision of moving to a new energy economy, to a green economy, whatever you want to call it. There are economic benefits, there are health benefits, economic justice, social justice benefits across the board. It's where we want to go, not to mention assisting in the reduction of greenhouse gases. There is a project that I'm a little partial to that I believe does present a good part of the solution to this critical minerals issue, and that is NioCorp's Elk Creek Critical Minerals Project in southeast Nebraska. I'm going to be very quick about this, and then we'll try to get to questions if we have time. So what we're doing in Nebraska, following on with the leadership of the state of Nebraska and the University of Lincoln, it's a pure play critical minerals project. We are proposing to make only things that are classified by the US government as critical minerals. It's niobium, scandium, titanium, and magnetic rare earths. We have already a feasibility, an NI 43-101, a qualified feasibility study. We have a couple of them. We've upgraded that over the years. Those feasibility studies, those of you in the mining industry know, are not easy to do. We probably spent about $40 million plus to get through this first feasibility process. And once you're there, it then allows you to go out and help raise the capital necessary to pursue your project. It's a large resource. Our mine life as of our May or June 2022 feasibility study update is 38 years. We stopped exploratory drilling some years ago when we got up to a mine life of over 30 years. There's a lot of exploration left to do, which means likely we're going to have a lot more mine life to come once we get that done. It's a large deposit. We have already pre-sold 75% under commercially enforceable sales contracts of the niobium that we're going to make. That's our principal target pay metal. We've sold 12% of the scandium that we're going to produce. Doesn't sound like a lot, but the sales agreement for 12% is about what, 12 tons per year over 10 years, the largest single commercial contract sales agreement of scandium ever. We have a highly experienced board and members of our management team. When I say we've had more than 200 years of collective experience, I don't like to say that because it makes it sound pretty old, but we've been around the block a number of times on these minerals, including especially in rare earths. Our project is guided from the ground up by the Equator Principles, Environmental, Social, and Governance framework. That's important to us, which we'll talk about more in a minute. We have all of our state, local, and federal permits in hand in order to proceed to construction. That's a big deal. And I say that because that includes NEPA permits. Now, there are mines, really good projects, in my opinion, I've watched them for years, that after 10, even 15 or more years are still going through the NEPA process. And one of the reasons that we got through in an efficient manner is that we were, let's say, fortunate enough as a greenfield project to design this from the ground up to avoid most of the environmental impacts that then cause you to have to go through difficult permitting processes. It's one of the benefits of being a greenfield mine. We designed it the way we wanted to, and that was a big benefit to us. I mentioned social license to operate. I've been in the industry a number of years, and I've seen mines and worked at mines that are from California to other states. Social license to operate in some states is pretty tough. California, I will say, and I'm not being critical of my friends in California, it's really hard to conduct mining and mineral processing operations in California. You have to, the bar is much higher than is legally required in order to do that correctly. We've been through that process. Nebraska, we have the strongest local and state support I've ever seen. And it's a good thing. It helps us move forward very quickly. We do get complaints from our friends in Nebraska. Many are shareholders. And so, they also want us to get an operation so that they get a return on their investment. But it's been hugely important for us, the support that we receive in the state of Nebraska. The main minerals that we're going to make, niobium and scandium and rare earths, are key, in particular to infrastructure projects. And I loop advanced transportation into the infrastructure initiative that the U.S. has undertaken. I think that fits. I won't read all of these, but you'll note a couple things. Niobium is used today in virtually every steel chassis automobile manufactured on the planet. It is a steel strengthener. So there are parts of steel chassis automobiles that have HSLA, high strength, low alloy alloys steel made with niobium predominantly in those vehicles. It lightweights the vehicle because it's stronger. You can use less mass Therefore, a lighter vehicle means better gas mileage, which then means relatively fewer emissions per mile. Scandium is likely to go in early markets in aerospace. That's where most of the aircraft manufacturers, both civilian and military, know all about the benefits of scandium as an aluminum strengthener. And I think that's probably what's going to go quickly once the world actually starts making scandium in significant quantities. Niobium is also used in addition to automotive. It's used in large scale sort of mega infrastructure projects, bridges, dams, airports, you name it. And more countries, China in particular, which has very little niobium, by the way, it's one of the few that they're not blessed with. They are using more HSLA steel with niobium, vanadium, and a few others in order to build stronger structures. In the US, what we've been arguing is that those bridges, for example, that we need to build a whole lot of in the US, more states are looking to use HSLA steel rather than conventional steel. It can double the average useful life of a bridge, which goes right to the bottom line for taxpayer dollars. It also, because it tends to be lighter weight materials, you use less energy and emissions to get the stuff to the site. It has benefits on the environmental and the economic side. Our planned products in Nebraska are not just critical minerals, they have the highest ranked criticality according to the business executives for national defense. It's a well-regarded group out of DC who looked at all of the 50 critical minerals that USGS indicated were critical to the United States. And we're looking to produce the top 3 of all of those 50, according to this group. I happen to agree with their assessment. Rare earths, scandium, niobium. Titanium is on the list, number 24. It's not unimportant. We will make that as a byproduct, but all of what we're going to make are critical and strategic and are very highly ranked in that list. We had a recent development that I think is important just to note quickly. This deposit originally, in the 2000s, was looked at primarily as a rare earth play. Well, when our team came on, we looked at it, we knew the deposit very, very well, and said, well, this is really a niobium mine. Yes, they're rare earths. There's a lot of scandium, there's some titanium, but it's mostly a niobium project, which is what we have pursued. It does, however, have significant rare earth content, not at an ore grade sufficient to justify developing it as a rare earth only deposit, but because we're doing a whole ore leach process with our ore, we are solubilizing, putting into solution all the rare earths. So for us, we had a choice of either just putting them out in tailings or putting them down underneath the mine, or developing them and separating them. Our entire team at NioCorp comes out of the rare earth industry. Our guys have designed, built, and operated at commercial scale rare earth separations and extraction technologies at commercial scale. Someone made the note earlier, is very, very different from doing it at bench scale. So for us, we made the decision recently to pursue adding rare earths on. We'll be able to announce the not too distant future the economics associated with it, the amount we think we're going to make, but we're making them as a byproduct. And the economics at this point look very, very attractive to that. We're going to focus on 3 products: NdPr, neodymium, praseodymium, goes into neodymium iron magnets, dysprosium, and terbium. The latter 2 are considered heavy rare earths. They're especially important. They have some electronics applications, but they're especially important putting a small amount of either Dy or Tb in an NdFeB magnet, in a sintered NdFeB magnet, helps that magnet maintain corrosivity at higher, we call them under the hood temperatures, which really means magnets that go into EV drivetrains. You've got to have a little bit of the heavy rare earth in to keep that magnet going. We're going to make all 3 of those. On ESG, it's not really a buzzword at NioCorp. It never has been. It's a buzzword in the industry now, yes, but we really did design this from the ground up to be environmentally superior, not just to meet the environmental standards and regulations that are required. It's going to be a zero process water discharge facility. That's not easy to do, by the way. We're going to protect groundwater resources while we sink the shaft, 2 shafts. We're going to do ground freezing, artificial ground freezing. It's a well-known technology, people, 100 years or so. we were successful in avoiding all permanent impacts to federally jurisdictional waters. It's one of the reasons why we got our Army Corps of Engineers 404 permit in a reasonable timeframe. We simply avoided all permanent impacts to federal jurisdictional waters. Otherwise, we'd probably still be in the permitting process. We're going to do a lot of recycling of our agents. That's good for the environment. It's good economically, obviously, for us as well. We're going to use a lot of the tailings for those people not in the mining industry. Tailings, let's say we're going to pull out, our pay metals comprise what, 1-2% of the mass of what we bring up. That's 98%. That isn't what we're trying to produce. The bulk of that we're going to put back underground in the mine as backfill. As we fill out and mine out a stope, we'll mix that, a little bit of cement and fly ash, goes back under, sets up, and we move on. A lot of local employment. We're going to have hundreds and hundreds of jobs, relatively high-paying jobs at this mine. We're fully aligned, as I mentioned, with the Equator Principles, which, by the way, for a mining company today, if you are not aligned with one of the ESG frameworks, you're not going to get financed if you are seeking public financing. Got to do it. It's also important just because of the social contract license to operate. And then finally, as I mentioned, we have all our federal, state, and local permits in hand. We're very proud of that because there are very few mines at our stage that can say that. And we have them in place because I'd like to think we did things the right way from the ground up. So kind of the next question was, can a mine actually operate and result in net negative GHG emissions? The answer is yes. We did this analysis, and for those of you that understand emissions, GHG emission, and there's scope 1 emissions, those that you create yourself. There are scope 2, which are emissions that generally are produced by the energy sources that you use to run your mine. And scope 3, which include the emissions impacts downstream of the technologies and platforms that your materials go into. Now, scope 3 is still evolving. The definition, there are many definitions of it now. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission is going through a process to help industry with some guidance on how you do this. What we did was we looked at the impact of the amounts of materials that we're going to make. We made some assumptions from ferroniobium. If all of our ferroniobium goes into vehicles, not just EVs, just all vehicles, 300 grams of niobium reduces the average weight in mid-sized car by 200 kg. It's a lot. And then you just do the math on that reduced mass. How will it achieve less emissions? 4,000 kilotons per year now of emissions reduction because of that ferroniobium. Same thing with scandium. If it's used in aircraft, like we think it will achieve 1,100 kilotons per year of avoided greenhouse gas emissions. Titanium, the more we look at it, the more it looks like it's going to go eventually into lithium-ion solid-state batteries, as will niobium. We don't have any math on that. We didn't want to make any assumptions, but at some point that's going to result in net GHG emissions reductions and rare earths. It isn't just traction motors and magnetics like we make. In the average EV, the average conventional vehicle today, you may not know it, but you got 40 plus electric motors in that car. In EV, you have the drivetrain motors and the transmission motors, but you've got a motor, you have typically 3 or 4 motors in your seat and in the trunk, lifter, and all kinds of stuff. And increasingly, those little motors are being powered by permanent rare earth magnets. Generally speaking, a permanent rare earth magnet is about 30% less mass, less weight. It's also smaller than conventional ferrite magnet motors. So vehicle manufacturers are going to those increasingly. It reduces mass, which increases fuel performance, which reduces emissions. All told, we're looking at our preliminary calculation is an 8-to-1 emissions reduction factor. For every ton of CO2 we will emit in scope 1 and 2, our products will help enable 8 tons of emissions, of avoided emissions in downstream technologies. Finally, the last question is, what can government do? If you ask anyone in the industry, you'll get a different answer probably from everyone that you talk to, but you will get a couple common suggestions, which is the first one, help industry with the number one impediment, in my view, to new mines, and that's capital. There are others who will say it's permitting. That's a tough puzzle to solve. If you're really looking at streamlining permitting, there are ways that the government can provide more certainty in permitting. We've always argued that a quick no is better than an interminable yes, right? We just didn't have that issue. We were lucky, fortunate, and I think our guys had the foresight to design this from the ground up that made our permitting a lot easier. But capital is the challenge for most of us. Number two, government is playing a role, and I think can play a greater role in encouraging downstream manufacturers, OEMs, original equipment manufacturers in the automotive industry, that's the large automotive manufacturers, and their tier 1 and 2 suppliers to look upstream and to start to invest in the mines that you're going to need to build your EVs and your other cars. Traditionally, OEMs have not done this. We went to them 10 years ago and talked about selling rare earths to them. They kind of laughed at us. They said, you know, dude, we don't buy minerals. We buy the motors that we put in. Go talk to our tier 1 or tier 2 guys. That has changed. We are getting approached by OEMs and others asking about potentially buying our products, and that's before we've even started digging. So that's a large change in the landscape, and government can encourage that. I know DOE is already doing that. 3, and this is particularly important for niobium and scandium and other things, vanadium and other things. Congress, in I think the last large transportation authorization bill, did include some incentives for states to include more high-strength steel, HSLA steels in bridges, dams, et cetera. I think we should do more of encouraging states to do that. Why? Because the more they use these materials, which yes, happen to include niobium, the more they're going to get a longer useful lifetime out of those bridges and dams, greater safety factor, better bang for the taxpayer buck, and also less environmental impacts. Finally, I think the government, the Biden administration and DOE in particular, have done a really good job at this, a better job, and that's more aggressively communicate to the public the need for greater U.S. production. I sometimes say independence of foreign nations on critical minerals manufacturing. So with that, I hope I didn't go anyone a little long, but if we have time for questions or no? No? Okay. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you so much, Jim. Again, I apologize. So we're a little bit behind schedule, so we're going to hold off on questions. Next up to discuss lessons learned for academia and industry partnerships and from academia and industry partnerships. We have Scott Cullinan, Senior Research Director at the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources. So let me just pull up Scott's presentation here, and then I will pass the mic over.
So with this, can I wander? Yeah. Do I need a?
All right, it works. All right, thank you, everybody. Scott Cullinan, Senior Director of Research for School of Energy Resources, just north up at the University of Wyoming. And I know we're behind on time, so I'll be a good sport and try to catch us back up. But first, I just wanted to talk to you about what the School of Energy Resources does and what's our mission, so you can kind of see the lens that I'm talking through today. So the School of Energy Resources has a very distinct and designed mission, and that is energy-driven economic development for the state of Wyoming. So we are a school that sits on the campus of the University of Wyoming, but we're separate in the way that we kind of play that interface between industry, communities, and the university, all for the mission here of driving energy development in the state of Wyoming. So why Wyoming? Why is Wyoming interested in rare earth elements, critical minerals, and the full supply chain? So Wyoming's an energy state. We mine a lot of coal, we drill for a lot of oil and gas. All of that goes into a barrel or a pipeline or a rail car, and it gets shipped to other states. We're an extractive industry. But we also have a lot of wind development. So those electrons go on lines and they leave the state as well. So we are all of our energy commodities leave the state. We export, so we're held to all the different energy policies in markets outside of Wyoming. Rare earth elements. So when we're starting to think about energy transition, and as fossil fuels decline or we decarbonize, what's a way that we can bring in some of those other industries that build off of our extractive workforce that we already have in place, the social license to operate, as you pointed out, for mining, already have in place to help build up this industry? Well, rare earth elements and critical minerals fits that bill. So this is one of our graduate students, Sophie Stewart. She's out working with one of our mining companies just last week, sampling across the mine face. We've been working with several of, in fact, all of the large coal mines across Wyoming to do these kind of mine scale sampling so we can get a really good understanding of what the distribution of an occurrence is of rare earth elements up and down the coal seam. But not just that, but from mine to mine. Can we take this kind of rare body or this ore body that we're finding in one mine and match it to another and to another and to another? And in fact, these mining companies have also brought to us and donated their legacy core. So now we can see what's already been mined. We can take those concentrations that we're measuring and use those into larger machine learning models so that we can start to predict what's been mined, what was there, and what could be mined in the future. So that's Sophie's project there. So when you're working with industry, what we found is you really have to define what it is where they fit. So these are the kind of guiding principles that we've put together for our critical minerals program. So number one is bring together that diverse group of stakeholders. I know this is about industry, but let's be honest. If we're not including the community, industry, government, academia, everyone, we're not really going to go anywhere. So number one there, we built a large group of stakeholders across the Rockies. We're at 107 groups right now that represent those four kind of buckets. And what we ask them is, where do you fit in numbers 2, 3, or 4? And if they relate to any of those numbers, we let them into the club and you can be part of our critical minerals program. So a lot of that is development of implementation strategies and programs to kickstart a new industry. Lots of communities want to have a voice in that. So number 2, that's where a lot of our community groups are fitting in. Number 3, collaborating on R&D and commercialization of technologies. So industry fits in there really, really well. So as Rod stated earlier, the 2 to 4 TRL level is really good for public funding, or that's where public funding thrives. Once you get to TRL 5 to 7 to 9, all the way out, that's where you need industry to kind of step in. If you can get industry to come in at the beginning, you can get through that valley of death all the way out a little bit easier. And number 4, develop the workforce training programs. Industry plays a really key role there, but so do our community colleges. So how are we connecting stakeholders across the region? We've held a couple of technology roundtable discussions, a few webinars. We've got an annual forum coming up that we're going to host in Gillette here at the end of August, and another one we're going to do in Rock Springs later in October. But those are opportunities for all these different groups across the value chain to really have a discussion on what they bring to the table. So here's a couple of examples of webinars we've held over the last year. I think we did one in November. Yeah, one in November and one again in April. But as was mentioned earlier, Tom pointed out at the Bear Lodge mine, when an industry comes in and it's coming in full force, maybe the economic drivers kind of disappear, industry pulls back, and you can get some of these new industries that kind of sputter. They start. And when you're there and then you're not there, when you're there and you're not there, the community starts to say, hey, do you really need business? Are you going to have a development here or are you not? So that's where academia can play a role. Universities are anchors in the communities. They're not going anywhere. So if you're an industry partner and you have a development and you want to come in and push hard, my advice to you, work with the university, especially if it's a land grant university there that's in the region, because they can help you with that communication. They'll be there when you're not, to help kind of smooth that out. So of course, Savannah, thank you for participating in social environmental justice. Tom, thank you for the technology contributions. R&D, where does industry play a role in R&D? So collaborating with that early TRL level research is really important. And a lot of times what I see is that's funded by public money. It's usually in a lab, or it's usually at a national lab, or it's at a university, and there really isn't a commercial presence. But if you can get an industry partner to come in on that TRL level 2, you can really increase your access to feedstocks, you can increase your access to facilities both ways. So it allows industry to have access to your laboratories as well. So pictured here, this is a sampling that we did last spring with one of the large coal mines. You can see the different areas that we were able to select up and down that pit there. But it would take years for a graduate student with a shovel to dig that pit. Without industry partnerships, you just can't have access to what you need to access. So I'd like to tell just a few successful stories that we've had lately. So the top left, that's Savannah. She did a master's thesis on rare earth elements in oil and gas produced waters. As part of this project, we had over 35 oil and gas companies contribute samples to the project. Those samples were collected in every large oil and gas producing basin across the US. When we started this project, there was only 5 samples or 5 measurements of rare earth elements in the USGS produced waters database. Now there's 220. And so that we couldn't have got there without an industry partnership. Second picture down here, Charles Nye, that's one of our carbon storage projects. But I bring this in just so I can show you the level of community engagement that's needed in order to build the trust to get out there and have that social license to operate in these communities. So that's a soil gas sampler. It's one of our carbon storage projects, but we installed it right at the local public library outside the extension office. So that way the community can see what's going on. When we get out there in the field, they see these out there in the field and they know exactly what they are. So another story I want to talk about is this Wyoming Innovation Center. And if you were in our breakout group earlier this morning, Representative Burkhart here talked about, wouldn't it be cool if we had an innovation center that was fully permitted, so that if you had a pilot technology or a demonstration technology that you could plug in, knowing that you didn't have to go through the whole permitting process to slow you down. So this is the Wyoming Innovation Center. And one thing we're working on here is what we're calling a bubble permit. And so that you can get all those permits out of the way so that if you want to pilot your technology, you can come here and do that. So we had the ribbon cutting on this just less than a month ago. The first project in here will be a DOE-led project. It will be a small pilot looking at extracting rare earth elements from coal ash. And it's in collaboration with the local economic development group, excuse me, local economic development group, and a lot of the coal mines in the area. So it really shows that public-private partnership and how we can get these things demonstrated in the field. The bubble permit is to be determined. We're still working on that, but we know it's important. Industry plays a key role in developing our workforce development. right? Universities train the graduate students to go to work for you. But we don't know what to train them unless industry tells us what they're looking for. That goes for Department of Energy and national laboratories as well. But you can see the traditional disciplines that have been hired in the past, but just in the last few months, as we've been doing these surveys, talking to the mining companies and looking about what do they need for the future? Well, they want non-humanoid robotics, the Internet of Things. They want everything automated. They're looking at big data analytics and how AI and machine learning can be incorporated into their processes. So these are the things we're talking to industry and saying, okay, now we need to get these into our programs here at the university. Social science is a big one. I can't tell you how many phone calls I take looking for social scientists. So that's another area. And the role of community colleges is really super important in standing up this industry, in my opinion. The community colleges are there in the communities. They're the ones that are reactive to industry as they make a call for workers, if they make a call for talent. The community colleges are the first lines of that. Okay, so just to kind of, if I had to summarize it, this is where I think academia and industry really need to work together. Workforce training is a big one. Community engagement, it cannot be ignored, it cannot. Building networks and consortiums. Early TRL research, but industry is so important at taking it through that valley of death and all the way out to commercialization. And then of course, collaborating with universities and industry to write proposals. Universities do that really well, industry does not. But collaborating on that really makes these projects strong. Okay, I will, one more slide and then I'll quit talking. Sorry, Alex. Okay, so let me just make a plug for Consortium. I made it a plug in our breakout session earlier, but I just think this program is super important to standing up a critical minerals industry in the US. And so if you're not familiar with Consortium, and it's been mentioned a few times today, but it really is that wells to wheels type of program where it's looking at all the different pieces of the value chain. And it's starting at the bottom up approach and building it up. So that means this industry, when we get there, and it's going to take a decade or more, that means that industry, when we get there, is going to have that strong foundation to really thrive. So huge fan for Consortium. The annual forum link is there. If anybody wants to join us in Gillette at the end of August, you're always welcome. Aaron and Dobbin, they're the real brains of the operation, holding up the Rockies portion of the Consortium program. Okay, Alex, I will quit talking now.
I think we're gonna hold off on questions just due to our time constraints. But just want to say thank you so much, Scott, and thank you so much, Jen, as well. If we can just do one more round of applause for our last two speakers. We're gonna break into our final two breakout sessions for the day. We technically have a break scheduled in between, but I think it makes sense to kind of allow our facilitators to kind of determine when they want to do that break. So we'll just plan to spend the next 2 hours here in breakout sessions. For in-person, I think our group got a little bit smaller after lunch. And I know they had already started a little bit small for the first session. So I think we'll just combine everyone and just do kind of one large breakout here in this room. And then for our virtual attendees, same thing as last time. I'm going to open up our breakout rooms here. Most of you will end up in kind of the same rooms or groups that you were in before, and I may reassign some people to balance out the numbers. So with that, happy discussions.
I say, if everyone just kind of wants to make kind of a big circle in here, we'll just combine it. If that's okay with you. Yeah, I'm not too worried about like time. The conversation's going. Thank you for bringing that up. The breakout rooms. So I hope for all of our virtual attendees, your breakout groups went as well as the in-person one did. We had some fantastic conversations. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Anthony Zinn to provide our last presentation today on how to do business with DOE and NETL. Anthony, I see that you are unmuted and you should be able to share your screen. Perfect.
Can you hear me, and is that good?
We can hear you and we can see your presentation, so the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name's Anthony Zinn. I'm a supervisor of the Mineral Sustainability Team in the Technology Development Center at NETL. You've all been participating in and listening to some excellent discussions and information on the current state of affairs with respect to critical minerals in the supply chain, including strategies or ideas to develop or improve it. One or more of these strategies may include federal funding. So I'm going to switch gears and go over some information about working with NETL and the Department of Energy. And specifically, I'm going over two short presentations. The first one's going to go over the steps that you're going to need to take in order to respond to RFIs or to prepare for application to a funding opportunity or a solicitation. The second one's going to go over some of what you can expect should you be selected from one of those applications and who you may work with and the type of steps that are going to occur as you negotiate to the award. So I know it's the end of the day. I'm going to try to go through these as quickly as possible without actually glossing over any of the important information. So having said that, to get into it, so when you're doing business with the federal government, at least NETL, generally we have two types of instruments we use to make awards. There's financial assistance and there's acquisition. So I'll just start. Financial assistance is for the public benefit. So it's generally carried out through a funding opportunity announcement is the instrument to which you apply to get financial assistance. These types of instruments or awards have cost share. For R&D, it's 20%, and for demonstrations, it's 50%. And this is required according to the Energy Policy Act of 2005. These are issued as either cooperative agreements or grants. A cooperative agreement, the difference between those two, they're very similar, but a cooperative agreement includes substantial involvement on the project by the government. And really substantial involvement is just a listing of the goals and objectives and responsibilities that both the DOE and the recipient of an award will have to carry out. Grants do not include substantial involvement, but they do include oversight. There is no profit or fee allowable in financial assistance, and 2 CFR 200 is what the regulations where they can be found for that. The other thing that the other instrument that's used, or the other path, is acquisition. This is generally done for the government's need, not for the public benefit, although they could be both. Solicitations are issued under acquisition as opposed to funding opportunity announcements. It's FAR-based contracting, so cost share is typically not, it is not typically required. They're generally cost reimbursement type contracts, but fixed price are also typical. You are allowed to have profit and fee in acquisition, and again, it's governed by federal acquisition regulations. All right, so everything kind of from this slide going forward is going to be tied more to funding opportunity announcements, or I'm sorry, to financial assistance, though everything does apply to acquisition as well. So we have requests for information, or RFIs, we have notice of intents, we have a funding opportunity announcement. So the difference between all of these, we put RFIs out when DOE is seeking public stakeholder input. And this can be used to try to perhaps inform or define objectives for a potential FOA in the future. So we explicitly seek feedback from notice of intent is a formal announcement. So let me step back. Because we put out an RFI does not necessarily mean that an FOA is upcoming. However, when a notice of intent is put out, it is a formal announcement to the public that the government does intend to prepare an FOA. So it's for informational purposes, and we're not looking for, nor do we desire, feedback on an NOI. It's simply to inform the public that an FOA is likely going to be prepared. And then an FOA, or the funding opportunity announcement, is the instrument that we put out, that we seek applications to for whatever the particular objective is. And those are, again, funding opportunity under financial assistance. It would be a contract under acquisition. So if you want to apply to any of these, respond to RFIs, anything like that, there are three websites, and this presentation, I'm assuming, is going to be available to everybody. So these are all linked. But the first box is the NETL business page. And what you see on the business page, there's a drop down at the top if you click on business, and it takes you to solicitations and funding opportunities. And there's a hub there that shows you both the BIL and the annual types of actions that are available that NETL is soliciting for at this time or looking for input. If you click on one of the actions in the NETL business page, it takes you directly to Fed Connect. And that's where you're going to actually see the announcement, whether it be an RFI, a notice of intent, or an actual FOA. And that's where all the actions are posted. And if there are amendments to any of those documents, they are. So I'm going to go into this in more detail. But finally, grants.gov is where you will actually go to apply to an FOA under any of the fossil energy and carbon management funded programs. So the next couple slides are they're a little bit of an aside, but they're some of the things you may deal with a little bit or have questions on. So the first is pre-award costs. These are with financial assistance. So these only occur if you are selected for an award. So if you apply to one of these funding opportunities, if you're selected, basically a pre-award cost is a cost incurred by the recipient at risk until it's actually negotiated and awarded. And 2 CFR 200 458 is what governs what's allowable and unallowable with pre-award costs. So I need to stress that all pre-award costs are at risk. If something would happen and the award not be negotiated, that if the award is never made, I should say, those costs are not going to be paid. So that's important. They're at risk. But the costs have to be within scope, allowable and allocable, and reasonable and associated with the project scope. And basically, the contracting officer does not typically have to approve these as long as they occur within 90 days of being selected. Anything prior to 90 days, the CO has to approve that. And basically, the date that the selection statement is signed is what these are tied to. This 90-day time period, I should say. So as you, if you would get, well, basically through the whole process, through the application, selection, and negotiation process, you're going to deal with several people. The integrated technical teams are going to define, solicit, negotiate, manage, and carry out the research, development, and demonstration. Basically, the federal project manager is going to oversee the day-to-day technical aspects with the award. The second presentation I go over here, the short one, is going to go into a lot of the detail of what you can expect to work with the project manager on. But also they correspond with a technical point of contact to ensure the completion of the technical requirements and milestones. The contract specialist or grants management specialist, if it would be a grant, they oversee the day-to-day business management and the non-technical aspects of the awards. So they're going to work closely with the recipient business point of contact to resolve any issues, terms, conditions, business related things. And finally, the contracting officer or grants officer. This is the only, and let me stress that, the only DOE official that's authorized to execute the financial assistance awards, to obligate funds, or to make official changes to financial assistance awards. So you're going to be talking with the federal project manager, the contract specialist. You may be going back and forth on what needs done, and expectations may be, they may say, well, this should be what happens. But at the end of the day, the CO is the only one that's actually authorized to do any of these things for the government. So they oversee the business management and non-program aspects of the whole process. All right. This is very important. So this is going back to the actual process to apply if you're interested. There are 4 actions that you have to complete before you submit to an FOA application. And this is bolded and underlined. You need to have, it seems like an odd number, but you have to have 44 days to complete this process. The first of which is you have to register in the System for Ward Management, which is SAM. You have to have that in order to apply to an FOA. Likewise, you have to get a unique entity identifier, UEI. Some of you that have applied for awards in the past, this may be a new one. This number replaced the DUNS number, I think, on April 4th or 5th of this year. So you have to apply and get this new number. This also is required. You can see subawardees also have to have this number and the SAM number. So it's not just the prime, the subawardees need this as well if you have partners on your team. And you have to register with grants.gov and you have to register with FedConnect. So I won't go through these steps. You can read these later on, but you have to do all 4 of these actions before you can apply for anything. All right, so this is just sort of a step-by-step process of what to go through. So this is in FedConnect. So if you know there's a funding opportunity announcement out there you want to look at, you go to this website and you click on search public opportunities. Once there, you would you can hone it down so you can look for the issuing office. You would click on that. You would type in NETL if you're looking for an NETL announcement, and you click search. And when you click search, it's going to bring up anything that has NETL as the issuing office in it. So if you would click on that, basically it would take you to this page, and over here on the right-hand side is where the funding opportunity or the solicitation would lie. And you would click on this body, and if you click on body, it's going to ask you to download it so you can open it or save it. But ultimately, it will take you to the funding opportunity announcement. And this is where all the instructions and the objectives and everything that the Department of Energy is looking for can be found. So basically, so you don't have to register anything. You don't have to have an account. You can go look at all of that in FedConnect. But the reason why you need to be in FedConnect and register is because once you're here, you can register for each of these FOAs that you're interested in. So you may be interested in multiple FOAs, just one, but you need to register for each one. And when you do that, once you're registered and once you sign in, it's going to take you, you're going to be able to join a response team. And basically, this is, it can be a person or one person at a company, or you can have multiple people at a company. But this allows you to go in and ask questions if there are any clarification questions on the FOA. It allows you to see questions that other people ask that are public. Now, I should say here, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back one more spot. 2 more. I went over clicking on body. This is also where amendments are shown. So if there's an amendment, you can look at the overview and it's going to have a high-level summary, or it might even have a track changes document there. So you can see exactly what changed from the original FOA to the in the amendment. And these can vary from a very minor change to something larger. Okay, so back to where I was, apologize. So here's where you can ask questions. You can look at questions submitted and responded, and they're both public responses and private responses here. So I need to stress that if you ask a question here, you should be as specific as possible. And this is going to sound weird, but at the same time, general in nature. So you don't want to contain business sensitive information here. If you do put something in there, we're not going to intentionally put a public response out there, but you should really strive to be specific, but not contain any business sensitive information in there. Having said that, you can see this is like an email inbox when you log in here. You can see if there's a public response to this. So you can see other vendors, and vendors in this case are simply other people that have, or other companies that have submitted a question. So you can see things that are public, and some of these might say no. So that would be a private response back to your company. So I apologize, I muddled through that a little bit. That part of the presentation was one that is generally given by our procurement office or our FAC office, but hopefully the slides will be helpful to you. Again, to go back to this, these 3 pages are where you can find all of these opportunities or solicitations. The NETL business page is going to have things specific to NETL and or FEC, fossil energy and carbon management, whereas these other 2 will have the NETL and FECM information, but they'll also have the entire, any opportunity across the government will be on FedConnect or grants.gov. Okay, so now I'm going to take a step to project management. And basically, at NETL, all of our projects are managed out of the Technology Development Center. So I have this high-level org chart here to show you that the Technology Development Center closely works with and corresponds with our science and technology and strategic plans where the R&D program planning occurs. We work closely with the Research and Innovation Center, which is our in-house research at NETL. We work with the Finance and Acquisition Center. That's where the contracting officer, the contract specialist, and those types of personnel are. We work with the National Environmental Policy Act, our NEPA office, and legal closely. So you can see it's sort of right in the middle of all this. This is important because there's a very educated and experienced staff of managers at NETL. So whenever you are selected for an award and you're in this negotiation process, basically the experience of the FPMs, they should be able to help you get through the process and be able to help even bounce technical ideas off of if you were interested. There's I think 100, I don't remember this exact number, but you can see the years of federal service. So for example, there are 22 project managers that have between 11 and 15 years of federal service. There's quite a few newer people, and there are 6 that have more than 35 years of experience. There are also new ones being hired, so there's some even below this, but they're highly educated. You can see the number of degrees. So there are 18 managers with PhDs. There's about an even number with master's and bachelor's degrees, and you can see the types of the degrees they're getting. They're getting either engineering or other kind of physical scientist type degrees, chemistry, physics. It's a varied staff, and again, I stress the experienced and educated. So aside from educational background and experience, the project managers have this is called project management centric knowledge, skills, and abilities. There are specific certifications you have to manage a project in the government. So if you're managing financial assistance awards, you need to have a technical project officer certification. And if you're managing acquisition or contracts, you have to have a contracting officer's representative certification. And even within these, there are various levels. So level 1 is you have to have less training for that, but there's still a significant amount of training. Then level 2 is additional annual training you have to have and be kept up to date. And the same is true with the contracting officer's representative. So all the project managers manage a lot of different type of awards. So I talked a lot about financial assistance already, which are the cooperative agreements and grants, including the Small Business Innovative Research Office and I don't remember offhand what STT are. But we manage these types of grants, but we also, the managers manage fieldwork proposals, which are basically work with other national labs, interagency agreements, contracts. So there's a wide variety of mechanisms to which that are put out and that we get applications for and manage the projects from. All right. Basically, you can see the number of active awards. This is a few months dated, but it's pretty close. There are 746 cooperative agreements that are being managed at NETO and 294 other, which includes grants, FWPs, interagency agreements. And the amount of total money on all of these awards is about 4.5 billion for the cooperative agreements and 407 million for these other things. So the reason that I'm going over all of this and have gone over all this, these next 2 slides are where I'm going to spend the bulk of this presentation on. These are the pre-award responsibilities for the project managers. And it's important that you understand these, because if you apply to an award, if you apply to a solicitation and are fortunate enough to be selected to negotiate for an award, you're going to be fitting into this. So basically the FPMs and technology managers, headquarters, basically all the goals, objectives, and scopes of a FOA are planned. And we have a lot of experts and cross integration between different offices in order to come up with this. Once it's planned, before it actually goes out, so before you would log into FedConnect to see this, an evaluation and selection plan is developed. And this tells basically how that funding opportunity is going to be evaluated and basically lays out how it's going to all occur. And all of that is put together into the FOA. And this green step, the 3rd step, is the announcement. That's when the FOA is put out. So it's generally out for a while. Perhaps this included, it's the first time that somebody heard it, or perhaps a notice of intent was put out early. And sometimes that factors into how long the announcement is open. But generally, I believe it's open for 45 days, often longer. Once it's out there and Europe and the different companies or entities are writing their applications, the applications are received, and then there is a review team, which this is one of the most important reasons I went through the earlier slides to show the education and experience of all of the project managers, because then a review team is put together, multiple review teams of project managers, other experts at the site, sometimes headquarters, and those are reviewed, and then a smaller merit review panel is put together that actually comes to consensus on all of the reviews that that were put in and scores the applications. The MRP then engages a selection official who will ask clarification questions. But basically, at the end of all of this, there has been an extensive review and a selection is made and a selection statement is signed. Once a selection statement is signed, notifications have to be made to Congress and some different things, but ultimately communication of the selections is made to the public. This is the time that if you are one of the people or one of the companies that are selected, that you'll start engaging with the project manager and the contract specialist and others. So we're now at the point that somebody was selected. These are the steps and the things that are going to occur during negotiation. And negotiation sometimes can take a while. It can go quick. It all depends on the communication between the project manager and the contract specialist and the principal investigator and the information that's provided. So the foundational document that basically sets everything up is the Statement of Project Objectives, which is the SOPO. So this is generally a requirement to be in the application that comes in. But basically, any kind of negotiation or changes that are requested, perhaps based off of a review during the whole review process, are negotiated, and the SOPO is completed into what is a very strong document that can guide the objectives of the project. Once that SOPO is finalized, the budget, which will tie to the SOPO, is submitted. It's actually submitted earlier, but this is when you, in earnest, then start working on this. The budget does need to include things like the number of hours for each person, the rate for the person. It needs to include equipment costs, materials and supplies costs. And it's not just if you're going to buy 15 different pieces of equipment, you can't say we're going to have X number of equipment. We actually need the specifics, because in order to do a TEB, which is a technical evaluation of this budget, the project manager needs to understand that all the costs for the project are reasonable, allowable, allocable, all of that, and understand that it's an adequate amount of funding and an adequate amount. Everything has to tie in to get the project done. NEPA, which is National Environmental Policy Act, is another step that needs to start almost immediately. You probably will have submitted an environmental questionnaire with the actual application. Depending on the size of the project, NEPA can be anywhere from a categorical exclusion to an environmental assessment to the largest is an environmental impact statement. And the time for each of those can vary greatly. Most of our R&D work does have categorical exclusions, but demonstration type projects could very easily warrant a more in-depth study for such as an environmental assessment or an EIS. So we want to start this immediately so we can determine what type of NEPA work is going to need done. The project manager is also responsible to do a brief risk profile on the project, and also intellectual property and a data management plan needs to be worked out. Now, intellectual property is, for example, a company may have data that they produced on their own that have nothing to do with the government funding. So something like that would be considered restricted, or not, I'm sorry, not restricted, limited data. So the government would have no rights to that. However, those types of lists need to be made so it's clear what kinds of IP and information are going to be shared with the government and that the government will have access to. Like the data management plan is simply something that is going to explain how the data generated on the project is going to be managed. Essentially, once all of these things are completed, this is going to all in some form be put into the PMP, which is the project management plan. And that's essentially a document that guides how the project is going to be carried out. It's going to have your cost profile. It's going to have a risk mitigation strategies. It's going to have not necessarily an organization chart, but kind of lines of communication if there are more than one partners or recipients of the award, how they're going to communicate, who's going to make decisions and so forth. It'll have your milestones. And the technology maturation plan is going to be something that explains how you're going to advance the technology from where it currently stands relative to the technology readiness level to where you think it will go as part of this project. And even we want to see, we like looking at where it will go even further down the line. The PMP and TMP are things that generally aren't required to make the award, but they are due generally 30 days after award is made. So they almost always are started in this process as well. So once all of these are done, the funding actions can happen and the contracting officer can make the award. All I can say is that it is very important that you are responsive if a project manager asks for something, and likewise keep communication lines open as much as possible. Often this TEB is the thing that takes the longest here, but NEPA could potentially take a while. Any of these things could take a while. Okay, so all of those actions lead up to an award. Once an award's made and you're actually carrying the project out, continued engagement with the project manager and the PI, which is the principal investigator of the team, is paramount. So you're going to be required to have a kickoff presentation within 90 days generally of the award. And what that is basically an overview of your project, the objectives you're carrying out, your milestones, basically what work you're going to do. This is an excellent time to not only present to the FPM, who you've very likely been working with regularly up to that point, but also with the technology manager generally is at the kickoff meeting, other project managers, headquarters, program managers sometimes come to these. This is an excellent way to show your technology or your work to a broader group than simply the project manager you've been working with. You're going to have periodic reporting quarterly at a minimum. So it's going to be very important to, again, I can't stress this enough, have open communications and regular communications between the NETL project manager and the recipient's PI. Often a brief monthly call is warranted, and sometimes even more frequent if necessary. But communication is key so that if milestones happen to slip or there are schedule issues, it doesn't catch anyone off guard. Hopefully everyone from the NETL side is aware of it. And aside from the periodic reporting, some projects will be on invoice, not all will be, but these are reviewed, and you have to give us enough information, especially if you've never worked with the government before. Many of you that have received prior awards probably won't have an issue here, but some of you that have not had an award before with the government may struggle. You won't struggle. It may be a little bit of a learning curve. We will require justification of the costs on here. And when I say justification, I just mean we will be looking at receipts and so forth. Technology transfer is very important because financial assistance is for the public good. One of the main things we want to see are if a project makes it in the news, great. We like to see manuscripts in peer-reviewed journals or other things, conference presentations, trade journals. Any way that you can promote the work you're doing and get it out to the public is an integral part of the project, because again, financial assistance is for the public good. And then finally, you may have some periodic headquarter reviews or project reviews, have other meetings ad hoc that may be necessary. But these are the primary engagement once a project is awarded between the project manager and the PI. So to sum this up, looking at the time, I think I'm doing all right. I'm almost finished here. To sum this up, the Technology Development Center at NETL delivers competent and comprehensive project management to help ensure that the research objectives are achieved. A lot of the earlier slides may have been overkill, but they're just, they drive this point home. It's a very competent and comprehensive project management team that should be able to help you get through this process, even if it looks daunting, pretty easily. Now to go back, this was in the earlier presentation. You can go and see some of the bill work specifically on the NETL website. So this is the main page of the NETL website. Right up in the corner is a bill hub link. And if you click on that, this will take you specifically to the NETL opportunities that are there right now. And this is just sort of backups to the earlier slides, showing us some of the training courses that the project managers take. And this is sort of like the arrow chart I showed that I walked through all these different steps. Having said all this, that's actually the end of the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are. So I rushed through some of that. So thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you so much, Anthony, for closing us out with that. I think that's a super valuable presentation for a lot of our stakeholders. So really appreciate it. And if we could give Anthony a round of applause. We are pretty much at the end of our time. I do want to give anyone the opportunity to ask any last questions.
Hello. Can you differentiate between agreement, contract, and grant? How are they different?
I'm sorry, that was between a contract, a grant, and what was the first thing?
Agreement.
Agreement, okay.
There is a difference, right?
There is a difference. A contract is an acquisition instrument. So in acquisition, those are made for, that is when you solicit projects for the government's need. And contracts are what the instrument to carry out those awards. There's generally not any cost share with a contract, and they go by different cost principles, the FAR principles. Financial assistance, there are two types of those. There are cooperative agreements and there are grants. Cooperative agreement has substantial involvement with the government, and that is basically a defined list of roles that both the government or the project manager and the recipient will be expected to carry out. So objectives and roles are clearly listed, and there's substantial involvement with the government. Whereas a grant does not have substantial involvement, but there is still oversight. So sometimes a grant won't have cost share either. And that's the other thing, a cooperative agreement has cost share. It's generally 20% for research projects, and it's up to 50% for demonstration type projects. So I mean, there's probably more differences than that, but those are the main distinctions.
Great. Thank you, Anthony. Not seeing any questions in the chat and and we have one more question in person, and then I think we'll close it out.
Thanks for the presentation. Just wanted to verify how much funding is available. You mentioned 4.6 billion. I'm assuming that's not all for these critical minerals. How much money is earmarked for this particular topic?
Are you talking about the number I had in the presentation? I'm sorry, that was not for critical minerals. That was all of the projects we manage at NETL. So that includes anything. That might include materials types projects, water projects. That number was not anything relative directly to this. I don't know the answer to your question though. Not offhand.
That would be very critical. Well, I mean, so the provision that we've been talking about today, there's 600 and plus 75 million in those two provisions that we're talking about today, and then there are a few other provisions. It kind of depends on how broad you want to. If you want to include batteries, battery materials, processing, battery manufacturing, there's 6 billion with a B total amongst those two, and then there's FOAs already out for those. For the first stage of those. Is that for this year, 1 year? That's out right now. Those are out right now, and I mean, so I'm not sure it hasn't closed yet. Well, maybe it has closed. It has closed for the first stage, but there will be additional opportunities for. So I think of that 6 billion, on the order of 3 to 2 and some change is up on the blocks for the first phase, and there's going to be multiple phases in the future for that. Is that earmarked for the research or earmarked for the those are for demonstrations and commercial facilities. Right. For the 675 is for research. There's $140 million for an already demonstration facility. There's another 127 million for rare earth mineral security research. And there may be a few more. These are all infrastructure act, and then there's base funding as well. And we didn't get a chance to cover all the specific details of that in the presentation I gave earlier, but you can contact me with us. Thanks.
Great. Thank you for answering that, Grant. I just want to say thank you to those of you who toughed it out until the end. It's been a long day. I hope this was as valuable for you as it was for us. I would also like to say thank you to all of our presenters today. Thank you to our fantastic facilitators from Battelle. Definitely could not have done it without you all. And the presentations for which we have permissions to share will be posted on the event page, as will the recording. Hoping to get the presentations up by tomorrow. Hopefully the recording can get up by next week. So in relatively short order. With that, I'm gonna pass the proverbial mic over to Grant to say a couple of last words.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. And I just wanted to echo that, to thank everyone who presented today and who came here and participated in the discussions. This is really valuable to help us understand what your thoughts are on how we should be moving forward in these programs. I hope you felt, I mean, we learned a lot. We tried to listen very carefully, and as I mentioned before, there's going to be another opportunity through an RFI. There's another workshop next week, but I think, even more importantly, an opportunity for an RFI at the end of the month or so for you to provide additional thoughts. So thanks again for everyone, for all the conversations and the discussions in your time.
Thank you all for tonight.